Yes.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले यानी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार देवा पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बाकी आया पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी I'm 16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ी हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा जमाना मैनू मेरे लिखने दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाहता लिखा गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Game over.
Hi, my name is Mani and I am the IGL of Team Quraysh Esports. It's been a long journey and a dream come true to be finally able to make it to PMPL Pakistan. Back in fall season we played PMs of Pakistan and now we are back with more grind, dedication, focus and gunpowder. Qualifying for PMPL means that you have already gone through some top class competition and you can only rise from here. We know that teams here in PMPL are the best of Pakistan and that's why we are here. But we want to be the best among the best of the best. So watch out for us. We are coming for all of you. This is our first PMPL, but this will surely not be our last PMPL, inshallah. We want to perform better than every other single team. Because this is where we break our limits and win the title. We are here to represent Pakistan and we hope our fans will be with us throughout all of the journey and they will support us with all of their heart. Watch PMPL Pakistan live on all PUBG official broadcast channels. This is Mani signing off. Take care. Love you.
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan series, and of course powered by the Oppo, which has that new phone F21 Pro, just as sleek as that entrance overall, blotter, into that gladiator arena as we head into Super Weekend 2. It's going to be a blockbuster of an affair. But I'm curious, what do you think? Any teams that might steal the light?
Well, again, I mean, if you talk about yesterday, the way the day ended, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. We did see MetershotxSKY get that chicken dinner for themselves, and definitely that was very much a need for their for that push that was required from their side, and that was delivered from them with proper finesse. So definitely, again, I mean, this is something that we've spoken about earlier as well. This being the second Super Weekend, and then this being the second day altogether, it is going to be very, very crucial for these teams to start utilizing those opportunities. And again, the way MetershotxSKY was able to do so. Similarly, I would want to see other teams that are at that bottom of that leaderboard to maybe bring in that sort of playstyle today, hopefully, if the lobby allows.
Yeah, exactly. I love the way you put that in the end, where if the lobby allows, right? Because we're getting the lobby starting to look a lot more consolidated in the way the teams have settled themselves. Like, for example, with the crazy circle we saw yesterday, I really like the way even QWERTY really established themselves there in that hunt for the top slot without a chicken dinner still. And that's really what astonishes me, because that requires a ton of consistency. We'll have to see which teams can deliver. Usually day 2 is that day of comeback, so maybe, like you said, we'll see some comebacks from the bottom.
Definitely can keep an eye out for that. And again, I mean, when you talk about teams that are really doing well, they are in their groove, they're making the right decisions. We've got SALTxi8, we've got Team H2E, who again and again have been delivering those sort of places, and again been able to, you know, just slowly and steadily keep that lead working for themselves. So for that side, that is perfect. But when you talk about the other teams, for example, FS and the likes, are where things are going to get a little up and down, I believe.
Oh, most definitely. And they've got some massive motivation to try and make it happen with the prize pool over here. Massive prize pool. And of course, really, one thing that really catches our eyes through these weekends is that winner chicken dinner prize exclusively for all of the next 10 matches we're about to witness. Just 5 for today, but 5 action-packed ones for sure, Blotter.
Absolutely, and that is what the audience as well as us are definitely waiting and rooting for. Along with that, when it comes to these Super Weekends, of course, we do know for a fact that every team that walks away with a chicken dinner ends up grabbing $500 in the bank, and that again is a big momentum boost that these teams of course are working towards. And till now, again, we've seen so many teams get those $500 for themselves, and not only once but twice and thrice as well in the past, and all of that has been mainly focused towards, again, get those placement points. Along with that, do not forget those elimination points, because every elimination ends up giving you that 1 point, and that becomes so very crucial and necessary for these teams to start capitalizing upon. And well, again, I mean, this is Pakistani lobby, so they are the aggressive bunch, and every match we jump into, they showcase that exact same thing.
Yeah, most definitely. But even in that sense, I do think like the lobby is starting to get a lot more, efficient in their fights almost. We're seeing a lot less of the chaotic, loose fights that we might have seen before. They're a lot more united in their approach overall, I would say, and it is resulting in some quite interesting fights that almost influence the entire game. But talking about influence, we've got the overall ranking here for us. You were talking about MetershotxSKY. They made a meteoric rise across that overall ranking, 5 spots from that chicken dinner. Now the question is really, can they continue? Because they're still on the very brink of that 6th spot, you know, very few points separating them and everyone below.
Exactly, and that is going to be, again, I mean, for them to be able to utilize those opportunities today and tomorrow. Along with that, as we move on through the list, of course, we do have Freestyle sitting on that 10th position, but the second page is where I would of course want to take the conversation towards, because again, this is the most important one. We look at Magnus Esports right there, we look at Team TUF, North Esports. Again, I mean, this is the first Super Weekend that the team is playing. Same of course is the case for Quraysh Esports, XGeneration and TmW. So North Esports are definitely slowly but surely on the rise. Same of course is the case for Quraysh Esports. But XGeneration and TmW, they are still finding it difficult to make their presence felt in this lobby.
Yeah, and really the way North Esports and Quraysh showed up yesterday, if you look at it statistically, like if you just multiply their current score by 3, it looks like they'll just end up in the top 5-6, you know. If the 6th place team we've got, even MetershotxSKY, they only have 130 points. So I think really an amazing display from these two teams, and we'll have to see if their co-teams, the other two ones down there, can match it, because I think the team that is going to be really feeling the burn today is one that is not playing. 3x Esports with just 50 points, constantly under threat of being taken over, and we'll have to see, like, they're watching day 2, you know, this is where the intensity starts increasing.
That is true, mate. But, I mean, that's not the only team that needs to be worried about that fact, right? Because, again, as you look on to the 4 teams that are not playing, yes, 3x Esports is right there on that 17th position. But along with that, not that far away is, of course, going to be Regicide sitting on that 15th position, along with FMX R3D sitting on the 14th position, right? So, again, this is going to be tricky because this is just day number 2 of the Super Weekend. Tomorrow is going to be the final day. So, yes, it is a tough luck situation for the teams that, of course, are not going to be able to participate. As of now, the Grounders, the team that has not been able to jump into this Super Weekend, are going to be A-OK for now, at least at the start of day 2 of the Super Weekend, week number 2. With that, as you move on through to SALTxi8 and Team H2E, the 2 teams that are leading the charts respectively right now with 231 points and 220 points. This is a wonderful turn of events for the side of course, SALTxi8, definitely, but that much more so for Team H2E, because they have been able to capitalize on wonderful opportunities for them, and it clearly shows that the work that they have put in is now being recognized, of course, and well, we just definitely expect this team to rise up and maybe even cross SALTxi8.
I mean, they did it once yesterday, could most certainly do it again, but I think what the stats also really show us is the difference in playstyle, and you're going to see that in the highlights as well. SALTxi8, I feel like you could see the elimination points. I think they have the most in the entire PMPL because they're damn aggressive. They're able to pull off some insane fights. But at H2E, a lot more on the placement regard, a lot more focused on that macro aspect. But when they've got to take the fights, like you can see, they've got that talent to deliver. So really, these two teams out there fighting for that top slot. So far, SALTxi8 has had the lead for most of this run. Blotter, I'd say, but H2E, they're getting quite close, and we'll have to see how they start, because yesterday, that was a phenomenal start, back-to-back chicken dinners.
Exactly, and that, of course, was not a one-time pony from the side of Team H2E, where we have seen them do that sort of miraculous plays again and again as we move on through to the performances program between these two teams. Of course, Team H2E being in the dark green compared to the light green for the side of SALTxi8. Right off the bat, we can clearly see that when it comes down to the first game itself, we can see that dark green dot that is up almost in between, almost like 15 points that they have right there. So that says that right off the bat from the first game itself, Team H2E, they have been consistently trying to, you know, raise the bar just for themselves. And then there are other teams who are just playing their own approach. But yeah, I mean, H2E, I think they're just competing within themselves. And that is a really good thing to see, because they are improving every single game.
Oh, most definitely, and it's been really pleasant to watch, given the fact that coming into Super Weekend 1, we weren't even expecting this team to be up there challenging, you know, so really nice and big inspiration, I think, to all of the other teams trying to get to that top mark. But talking about some of those teams contesting now for that first slot, we've got Team QWERTY. Again, I was talking about how astonishing it was for me to see a team in the top 3 without a chicken dinner. Like, on top of them, on bottom of them, every single team, they can see they've got that $500 price, at least in one Super Weekend match, you know. But QWERTY, they don't care yet. And I think Fixers was talking about how just maybe the aggressive QWERTY we don't see unleashed, or really the real face of QWERTY we don't see unleashed till much, much later. But I wonder if that later is actually today, because they are in contention for that #1 slot if they start off strong.
I think I want to agree with Fixes, because again, I mean, for now, you know, jumping on to that #1 position is not really giving you much. It is all about that chicken dinner. If you're able to get that chicken dinner, definitely you are going to be up $500 in your bank. But apart from that, it is all, again, from the league plays, you qualify into the Super Weekends, and then from the Super Weekends, you qualify, of course, for the finals itself. So for now, these teams are qualifying, and that is what the draw line is going to be based on how QWERTY is playing, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, as we jump into the finals, maybe that is where all of these players, Destroyer, Khan, I mean, Wolverine, all of them are just completely going to be decimating. But it's easier said than done, because when you've got the likes of SALTxi8, Team H2E, it is going to be a tricky affair.
Oh, most definitely, and I think really that tricky affair is what we all love to see. But talking about tricky affairs, after yesterday, Fixes was quite baffled with the last vehicle we got. I wonder if any of those end up continuing. It was quite enjoyable, you know.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, I've spoken about this earlier as well. As long as you are on the desk and you're bringing in that sort of an energy with the PUBG gods, of course, favoring you, it is going to be that sort of absolutely incredible game that will be witnessed. And yeah, a lot of scratching heads are definitely going to be prolonged as the game progresses on from one zone to the next, because that is what these Super Weekends are all about. But yeah, I mean, I look forward to that sort of maybe even crazier, maybe today being the second day, perhaps we could fall back onto the standard when it comes down to the play zones. But overall, it does not matter, because no matter how crazy the zone gets, no matter how obtuse the zone gets, where the teams are absolutely in comfort, right, they still are able to deliver that sort of power packed blow from the Pakistan region that is expected.
Yeah, 100%. And I think really that's what we've come to expect coming into these Super Weekend matches. All of the teams really take it up a notch, and they really do deliver. And we'll have to see who is able to do just that with our first match coming in. It's going to be, once again, a city that we're all very much familiar with. We're going to head out to Erangel. And I'm really wondering if like teams that have shown glimpses of success before maybe can come back, like Freestyle, Quantum Rage especially. These are teams that have really shown us capability to be top teams, but it's been a bit on and off for both.
Well, yep, definitely. I would completely second that. Along with that, one more name I'd like to add on is going to be Magnus, right?
True.
I would love to see that team be the one that would rise up to the ashes, as you so perfectly mentioned. And, well, this is much easier said than done in the lobby, because for the side of Magnus, not that things are not going in their favor, but overall, that is not entirely true as well, because they end up getting caught in very weird situations for the side of Magnus. Quantum Rage, again, a wonderful team that has showcased wonderful prowess to be able to be in the top 5 to the top 8 of the overall standings, and they also found themselves in a bit of a muddle and a puddle situation as they progressed on, especially during week number 2. So week number 2 definitely is one of those moments where these teams have maybe slowed down a little bit. Not entirely sure if it's by plan, if it's by strategy, or if it's just them not being able to make the right decisions. But again, I mean, we shall see by the end of the day. We've got these 5 games. These teams know exactly what is on stake, so anything can happen. Again, this is the Pakistani lobby. Every single time you jump into a game, definitely expect the unexpected from them.
Oh, 100%. But I think even then, you can see the way it's starting to settle down, you know, even in our map chance, for example.
Yes.
The 5 teams we had there in the map chance, I believe, are the top 5 teams in our overall ranking.
Yep.
So it's really cool that with the larger data pool that we have on Erangel as compared to Miramar or Sanhok, we have that fact clearly showing that consistency is key. You get consistent results in Erangel, our most played map. It reflects in your overall rankings, and we'll have to see which teams are able to deliver that today. And like you really beautifully said too, it's going to be a very delicate balance that could be upset at any point, and I want to see which team is able to do that, because so far the heroes of that story, like upsetting the balance, have been MetershotxSKY and Quraysh Esports, and will they continue? That's the question.
Well, again, I mean, the momentum, if at all that is to state anything, we can definitely say that it is favoring for the side of MetershotxSKY.
Oh, yeah.
And Quraysh, yes, they are definitely trying to rise the ladder as well, along with, of course, the side of MetershotxSKY. Now, another fact that you so perfectly mentioned just a couple of minutes ago is the fact that statistically, when you look at the entire league, the 4-week affair, of course, the 3 weeks, and then the finale itself in the 4th week, the statistics itself clearly states that when it comes to the map of Erangel, you know it's going to be played a lot more than the other maps, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that would imply that these teams really need to get the rotations, the drop locations, their way that they want to be able to synergize to take on a fight, no matter what area of Erangel they find themselves in. They have to be absolutely, fixed and absolutely hunkered down, like completely nailed into their brains that this is how we're going to be approaching these situations. Because if that is done right, then automatically, you know for a fact that those statistical matches are way more in number. So if you bring in that sort of a consistent play, automatically over the end of the league, over the end of the 3-week affair, you will be sitting in a very comfortable top 5 to top 8 positions in the overall ranking. So yeah, that's going to be crucial for these teams. And let's see if that can be delivered, because we all know it is always, going to be one team that will be getting that chicken dinner, one team that will just fall short, another team that will try and make that rotation and get jumped and get eliminated on the 16th spot. So that's just the rule of the battleground, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the way it is. It's the survival of the fittest, and we'll have to see which team are the fittest today. But I think really it is going to come down to several teams trying to upset the flow and the nature of it. Fixes was talking about how when we go into week 3, maybe we'll start seeing those change and drop locations as teams try to almost hunt each other down and contest with each other for the ranking slot. I wonder if maybe teams can start those early, like especially again when I look towards the bottom half. If you contest the teams like as North or Quraysh or even a TMW or an XGeneration, if you try to contest the teams that are just above you and playing, like teams like TUF, teams like Magnus, maybe you can take down 2 birds with 1 stone and take out those teams along with the teams that aren't playing in the Super Weekend. But hey, we'll find out just about now. We've got that flight path going in as we head into match 1 of our day 2 of this Super Weekend to Blotter, and quite a standard one. Maybe we get to see that Southern Circle as really has become tradition in these games come through.
That is so true, mate. And again, just to kind of bring that question, that conversation that you were having with Fixes, right? I also did actually raise that question to him yesterday, and I was actually anticipating that week 2 maybe would be, because again, you've got 4 teams that are playing for the very first time, right? So I was anticipating that these teams would maybe want to contest those drop locations and stop the other teams in their tracks, but that's not been the story. That's not been the case. I mean, North Esports, they have had their own drop location that they are absolutely comfortable with, and same is the case for the others who are playing for the first time. And that in turn did make me ponder as well that, yeah, I mean, these teams, they definitely are playing it really, really professionally and down to the core because they want it to be played fair. And then in week number 3, as so perfectly mentioned by Fixes as well, yeah, that's when chaos definitely will be ensued because, well, then it's a do or die mission. I mean, if you are going to make it, you're going to make it. If not, then you're not. And yeah, that's it. So week number 3, definitely Super Weekend of week 3 is going to be a lot more chaotic than right here, where it's all strategic, where it's all calculated. And with that calculated approach, we've got the first zone of our first game right here, and this is again looking very comfortable for all these teams because only a few select teams have found themselves outside this comfort of the zone.
I'm really actually curious about this TMW approach. We saw it yesterday as well. It's a 3-1 split where one player goes to that shooting range area, the other 3 heading on towards Zarki. It's really interesting because Khan was under a lot of pressure yesterday against Team Star when they tried this approach, but he held on. He actually rarely went down. So the fact that they're doing it while getting the better end of the trade right there, where Khan is not dying, he's able to secure another area, a part of another area at least, while his team completely loots out Zarki. It's quite favorable for them, but they haven't been able to translate it into overall points in the ranking itself, so we'll have to see if they are able to get it done. But like you said, teams have become comfortable with their locations, and actually, hold on to that thought, because I'm seeing a switch from SALTxi8 themselves. They didn't go to Sosnovka Blotter.
Yep. I was just about to point that out as well. They have decided to change their play and strat a little bit on the second day of this of the second Super Weekend altogether. And well, again, I mean, nothing taken away from that approach because that is something that we had been calling for, and it is going to be delivered from them. And another thing to actually add on to that is they have over the previous week itself, right? They have slowly changed their playstyle. I mean, earlier they would go onto the military base, then hold that fort for quite some time. As the zone would start, as the blue zone would start approaching, that's when a late rotation would be showcased from SALTxi8. And as the games progressed on, they changed that and they started making that rotation a little early. They would still go to the military base, and then a little early they would drop out of there to get overhead into the zone itself and try and make a stand and get a compound for them. And now they are completely going to be jumping into the zone itself, which is definitely it is definitely invited, is what I would say, from me at least, because I wanted to see that sort of a change from them. On the other front, when it comes down to the side of MetershotxSKY, they are going to be comfortably setting themselves up once again at Novo. They are not going to be changing that position, I don't think, nor are they, I believe, going to be changing the fact that they love to make those late rotations as well, because every single time, every single game, pretty much, MetershotxSKY have relied on that, apart from 1 or 2 games where it has backfired very, very horribly for them. So they always try and rely on those late rotations, wait for the blue zones to actually engulf them, and then make those rotations for them side, which, again, overall, it has favored them, because we can see they're on the 6th on the overall ranking. But as you were mentioning from the side of TMW, that same strat is troublesome for their side, because it is well, first things first, they are 15 games short. They were not part of that first Super Weekend. And now they ought to be either over-aggressive or over-indulgent in trying to get those placement points. But neither is being showcased from TMW.
Yeah, really. Maybe today will be the resurgence, but either ways we'll have to see. You can see on the top 16 rankings, they're not present just yet because they're still around that very low mark at the last place, really, of the teams that have come through. But I'm wondering if Regicide get challenged today. Yesterday's milestone really was 3x Esports, which not parred, and Quraysh came very close to parring. The other two teams, not so much, but today's milestone surely will become Regicide itself to try and break into that top 16 mark, which, as you can see, again, North Esports has already done. This team is on the rise all the way up north.
Oh yes, definitely going to be crossed. No two ways about it, and no second thoughts about that as well. But that is not all that Quraysh Esports should be working towards, because there is a lot more that they want to be able to climb in these games. And well, again, as you so perfectly mentioned, 3x is going to be a easy hurtling stone, and that's only 2 points away from their current position, so it's going to be easy for Quraysh Esports as we move on through towards FS. Now, FS sitting on that 10th position. All right, they've kind of slowed down in week number 2 in terms of their play, but now maybe is the moment that they should start recapitalizing, because again, when it comes down to the way that they are playing this game, they mostly like to go down towards that fairy pier that we've seen. You know, they have those wonderful spread out approach when it comes down to the drop location from their side, from FS's side, but this time around they're pretty much in the center of the zone, and they have a fanned out approach with a 3v1 split coming in from FS's side. So an interesting aggressive strategy perhaps to get the information, but how exactly is that going to pan out is what we shall have to wait to find out, because again, for now there is absolutely no team that is in contestation. Along with that, team QWERTY right here jumping into the first game of the day without Khan in the lobby.
Yeah, quite interesting in that aspect too, because maybe QWERTY showing us that change of strats we want to talk about to get that $500 prize, get that chicken dinner online, one that has eluded them so far. Not much else, to be honest, so makes sense that that is the one they would go for. But right now, as you mentioned, it is just standard protocol for all of these teams coming in here, with the exception of SALTxi8, and I feel like that's where the domino effect is going to start. Usually we see SALTxi8 around this time coming into the mainland from their rotation from Sosnovka, but this time they're already on it, and they have the opportunity to be the teams aggressing the fights around that farm area, around that Milta area, and try and find teams off guard. And we are seeing a lot of teams actually converge onto that area because it is smack bang in the middle of the circle.
That is so true. I mean, we did just talk about FS, but right below all of these teams, all of these two teams is going to be the side of Quraysh Esports, and alongside them, of course, is going to be 4V's team as well, 4V TFT that is. So a lot of teams that are hurtling themselves down towards that farm region, and this is going to get real chaotic for these teams if they are not in the compound as of now, right? Because again, if you look onto the map, well, never mind the map right now, it seems like Team QWERTY, even though a 3-man squad, are trying to take on some shots from the prison region. Not sure exactly what they were focusing on, but look at that. Team Star, Hunk pushing on against the compound that is held by FSS Black. Of course, he's going to try and nade the party, but the 3-man strong, of course, for the side of Team Star, are going to try and push. FSS Black does have some cover in the back, but of course he's all by his lonesome in this compound, and we can see in the minimap the car coming into the favor of FS to give him that cover, or maybe the retreat that was anticipated from their side. But is it a bit too late? A lot of nade parade being showcased, but not a lot of damage from the side of FS as of now.
Oh, but the damage does come in. Ooh. They've knocked down Hunk and got Fury though. He's going to find the trade right now. Put Black down. FS, they've got to make a quick decision right here, because in terms of numbers, they're actually not favored. Star, they have the numbers, they have the compound, but they might just dwindle down with this nade parade coming in from Tyrant. He's got emerged down very low, and with the next he will knock him down just like that. Star, Blotter, they're now in a 2v2. If FS can finish off Hunk the way they did right here, I think it's time to go for the slam in. Try to take down Star right now for 3-star.
Well, FS definitely looking in that much more control over this fight, and they are just definitely going to be pushing on this lead towards the face of Team Star. And Team Star, even though they were looking pretty comfortable, it is not looking like the case now, because it's only one player surviving, and that's going to be God Fury with his UMP, wherein the three players from the side of FS are all together going to be jumping in to take on this final player, and that is going to be the edge of Team Star from the looks of it. Emerge was given that revive. I completely missed that. God Fury was not the last man, and Emerge, well, never mind. Emerge will also be falling down to this unaggressive push in the early few moments of the game from Team Star. But that's how they love to play it as well. I mean, that's what we've seen. Either they are over-aggressing, and that is what that case was. It either works for them or not, or they try and just hunker down and play it safe when they've got the compound. But this time they decided to just fight for the compound, and that ended up miserably for them. In the first 10 minutes of the game itself, we've got the first team to get eliminated. That is going to be Team Star with the, sadly, 0 elimination points.
Yeah. Team Star, they came close. Black was actually real low, but they were not able to finish off any of the knocks. They got knocks on 3 players. It came down to a 1v1, but Freestyle, they clutched it out, and it's a great start for them. 4 points already picked up. We were talking about how we might see resurgence of Freestyle in that manner, and it certainly does seem to be the case with this early fight, but you've got to translate this into much more in the lobby. Thankfully for them, they're in a great spot to do so. Again, center that circle, and if it does take a radical shift, they will be part of the circle, at least for the next 2 rounds right here. So in a position where they can dictate the way they want to play, and that's usually where you can see teams like Freestyle really succeeding.
Absolutely, and that, of course, for now is going to be a conversation for, I guess, another 4 minutes, 5 minutes, we shall find out. But for now, as we move on through to another fight that is taking place, that is going to be 52x Rage making rotation from the northern front, and it is Clarity bringing in spraying on the lead. But for now, not a lot of damage has been done, and 52x Rage will easily be able to make that rotation into the western front of the zone from the north. And for now, all 4 players definitely surviving, but will they be able to find a compound? Because yes, they will be. Yes, they will be as they get closer to the school apartments region. There is absolutely no team in that position and in that vicinity. Along with that, Quantum Rage, another team that we did talk about that has been phenomenal in terms of the play that they've been able to create. Now they are looking on to get the information and maybe take on a few shots, but they are going to be finding themselves out in the open as we move on through to the map altogether itself. Look at TUF, look at XGeneration, smack in the center. But is that going to be a defensive positioning from the side of XGeneration and TUF, or is that going to be over-aggressive? We shall have to see, because both these teams, they need those points for them.
And talking about that position right now, Clarity got caught for a second right there. Blotapa managed to get themselves into the compound real quick. Quantum Rage trying to pick off at them, but for Quantum Rage actually it's just that lone player, so smart decision from him there to just back off. Knew that there was not much more to achieve in that particular location, and is going to rejoin the squad, and that's what we're going to see a lot more as we head on further into the Super Weekends. Teams getting really a little more smarter, a little more cautious, picking their fights much more simply. But look at this, Freestyle might just get caught in the hands of QWERTY right here, or might turn it around and shut down QWERTY.
Well, it seems like QWERTY, they're going to be sitting on their back heel, because, I mean, they should technically, because they've only got a 3-man squad and they're really spread out, but that's not going to be the case. Wolverine taking on the fire, and then it's going to be on to the Destroyer, who is again all by his lonesome on that hill, and he will also be taking on those shots now. Of course, this team of Team QWERTY have given away their position, but as of now, alright, Vasi all the way down, and that in turn is going to be the demise of Vasi from the side of Freestyle. So 1 elimination point definitely confirmed for the side of QWERTY, and FS down to a 3-man squad as of now. On the other front, as they make that rotation, things are going to get that much more horrendous for them, because now from one spray to the next, they find themselves in the crosshairs of Team SALTxi8, and SALTxi8's compound is something that, of course, they're not going to be allowing FS to stick around for long.
And look at this, Destroyer in somewhat of a tricky position. Actually going to switch sides, because while TMW was taking down QWERTY, we've got SALTxi8 spraying down on Freestyle. Fights erupting on every single note, and all of these teams you can see trying to just secure their spot in the circle. There's a cluster towards that northern side, and that cluster will only be broken with the blood of several teams, and we'll have to see who ends up in the grinder. Right now, though, really teams like MetershotxSKY and 4VTFD with the circle shift sitting in quite a comfortable spot with that circle shifting towards the bridge.
Absolutely, and that's going to be favoring and helping both those teams out. But on the other front, when it comes down to the side of Team QWERTY, again, I mean, the fight that they ended up taking out in the open, that definitely is the reason why they are losing the battle right now, and they're down to a two-man squad, but they have been able to get at least one elimination point. On the other front, we did just see Quantum Rage eliminate one player off the side of the three-man army, and again, that's all right. So for now, they've got 2 elimination points. 15 teams are still alive though, and the zone is going to be dictating where exactly the fights are going to be taking place, because the zone has moved on towards the southern side, as so perfectly mentioned by CA, and that is where Metershot are waiting, that is where 4VTFD are waiting. But I'm trying to find out now what exactly is going to be the position that TUF made. Because TUF, just a couple of minutes ago, they were in the center, but they have not decided to retaliate or fight or take on any shots onto any teams. But I'm sure they've got the information.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to play it safe to ensure that they get those better placement points. You know, they are one of those teams under potential trouble with high-rising teams like North and Quraysh coming in. So consistent performance from TUF would really help them out in that regard. But talking about consistent performances, not at all surprised to see North Esports get on board with one knock going their way. But towards the other side, you can see on that western front, we've got 52X Rage and H2E contesting. Dread caught in the middle of nowhere between two 52X Rage players.
Well, look at that mini-map. We've got 3 teams right here, 52X Rage along with H2E, and then there's another one, and that is going to be North Esports. And North Esports are also around in the vicinity in the purple, taking on the shots, trying to spray on the opponents, but as of now, they have not really been able to accumulate a lot of elimination points. But again, it is the start. It is the start of chaos right here in this game, because the zone, I mean, again, 20 to 30% of it is going to be in the water itself, and these teams, 15 teams, 48 players, they just don't have enough land to be sharing amongst each other. And all of this, FS remaining with a 2-man army. SALTxi8 moved on away from that position to get themselves in the comfort of the compound. 52X Rage, I mean, the 2 players who are away from that position are still surviving, but alright, my word, probably not for long, because Ash has his crosshairs set up. Again, so many of these teams, if you look at them, are out in the open, so a lot of third parties that can be anticipated in just a minute or two.
Almost definitely. And look at this, that third party potentially coming through right here, as we've got Magnus, MetershotxSKY and North Esports along more or less the same line. They could contest each other and fight for that northern edge control. But on that similar note, you see 4VTFD contesting with SALTxi8. Now both of these teams are quite far away, but it's all along that small compounds on the southern side of farm, and right now we can see SALTxi8 creating a lot of damage. While XGeneration, they're trying to be sneaky devils, get in the middle of a war zone, but no, you're gonna pay the price for that, XGeneration.
Well, X-Thug almost did as well, as he was brought down to 0.1 of an HP left on him. But along with that, Clarity, of course, have been looking very phenomenal in terms of the way that they've been able to control that compound for themselves against that push for the side of XGeneration. And alongside all of that, North Esports, they are holding themselves steady. They are getting those elimination points for themselves. They have gotten 3 elimination points till now, but along with that, they also have 2 of their players knocked, so they are going to have to get that revival done. But on all of these fronts, every single team have the information and taken on long shots, and these big names taking on the fights against each other from one compound to the next are going to be SALTxi8 and Clarity Esports. But TUF, they are so very quiet. Oh no, they are not. All right, we do see Thor. He was trying to bring in that third party against 420 boy right now.
Yeah, now look at this. Sardarji is going to spot out 52X Rage trying to get out of a dicey situation, but they get out of a dicey situation just to land in the fire, which is destroyed.
Wow.
He will take them down, and just like that, elimination comes through on 52X Rage. They are out of the lobby, and joining them, I believe, is another team right there, because we might just see TUF in a lot of trouble because they're surrounded on both sides. Joker will be the first player to get knocked. But SALTxi8, look at them, man. They're trying to fight on multiple angles at the same time, really exploiting their position in the center of the circle.
Exactly, and they've got the information, and they're absolutely pincering down whatever that moves in their crosshairs, and that definitely is favoring them. And why not? Because they are the table toppers as of now. But in all of this, as we move on through to the open zones, we do have MetershotxSKY very close to the vicinity of Quraysh. Along with that is going to be Magnus. So 3 teams in this vicinity, and again at the edge of the zone where things are going to get heated up because the zone is closing right about now. For all these teams that are going to be making a run for the zone in the open, again, this is going to be easy, inviting elimination points for the side of course, Salt as well as Clarity, because they are going to be pretty much in the center, maybe even TUF if they are able to get those sprays on point.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Quraysh Esports, they're playing quite a spicy affair because they're stuck in the middle of nowhere, but they're trying to play it safe, maybe hunt down the teams that rotate in front of them, because we've got that next circle taking a centralized shift again. SALTxi8 in the middle of it all with the most valuable compound in their control. QWERTY, on the other hand, you see Destroyer, he's been eliminated by the play zone, and just like that, it's really important to start for these teams taking note of that too. It's that 5th circle, the play zone does start doing a heavy chunk of damage. We saw in Sanhok yesterday, some teams just relied on the heal battle, but with most teams having a 4-man strong unit right here, I'm not expecting them to go for the heal battle. Surely they will fight and contest.
They most certainly ought to, and there we go. Magnus is the team that is going to be pushing on to the compound of Team TUF, where we did see Team TUF struggle a little bit earlier, but now they are definitely in control. From one side is Magnus, from the other side is Esports, but TUF definitely are holding on the sprays and taking control of this compound, because this is where they have been stuck since the start of the game, and this is where they are definitely going to be putting a nail in the coffin to whoever tries to take this house from them, because they are definitely not looking forward to that. They're not looking on to that opportunity, and in doing so, easy peasy, wonderful elimination points for the side of Team TUF, and they still will be able to get their teammates revived. So amazing turn of events for the side of Team TUF. With that, 6 teams remaining. We've got Esports' final player, Snow, who of course has given away his position, and Team TUF in just a minute will maybe be able to capitalize on that. And there we go, Esports' final player goes down with 5 teams remaining now.
QWERTY in a bunch of trouble. 420 boy trying to maybe be the distraction for his teammate to be able to be revived. Does do that, but he's got himself stuck in a ridge. Now Team Wolf, again, caught in the open, trying to zigzag with his vehicle, and does do so successfully. Again, QWERTY, despite being caught out in the middle of nowhere, able to get away with just a few points of damage and secure their spot in this circle. But they are in a bit of a ridge, so somewhat of a downward angle. Not really great for fights. I assume they're going to try to play it slow.
Well, they definitely maybe could try and play it slow, but again, there are teams that are not wanting to play it slow. There are teams who've gotten their crosshairs set up onto their opponents and are just wanting to completely stop them in the tracks. And again, I mean, as I bring that name up, it is going to be SALTxi8 coming into the kill feed, taking on those elimination points. With them, it is also going to be the zone that is going to be catching up with these teams. And now is the moment where these teams are going to have to perhaps get away from their compound. There we go, Team TUF. The compound has moved away from them. MetershotxSKY Ash is the only dude, but again, he's out in the open as we saw earlier, so that's going to be a tricky position for him to be able to sustain and maintain his team alongside him as well. But again, I mean, that's not the only team, because we do have Clarity who are going to have to get out as well. So now the zone has put all of these teams pretty much in a little bit of a contestation as to who will be the one controlling the zone. But for VTFD, they are being very quiet in all of this.
Indeed, are certain teams, of course, taking that passive note, but with the circle again, taking that somewhat of a centralized shift with SALTxi8, the only team that has great cover in this circle. They will be forced into a position where they have to come out. It's all about timing, Blotter. When you go out, if there's already a fight engaging, maybe you get out scot-free, but otherwise you end up in a position where you are the team first eliminated, being that cover for other teams to go through. Now, TUF, they're trying to make the call, moving in with the vehicles from 2 different angles, but still in a lot of trouble. And at the same time, you got MetershotxSKY on that western front in that same location, but they waited, and that timing comes through in favor of them. They get jokes, sir.
Oh, what a spray coming in from the side of Khatir. Indeed, an amazing turn of events for the side of MeterShot, where they have changed their position one by one. The player have moved into the zone, and in doing so, they are looking very much in comfort of that rotation on the other front. When it comes down to the side of 4VTFT, they held their ground strong, and Clarity was the one who was trying to push them against that position from the eastern flank, but that was stopped completely from the side of 4VTFT, and in doing so, Clarity has definitely been damaged as well a little bit. But but is that going to be enough? It seems like they are going to be jumping out of the open to give that cover to 420 boy and 4VTFD. This is their moment to shine, and that is all that it took. But no, it is SALTxi8's Crypto who will be the one who will be able to get a better half of that fight and will be stealing the kills right in front of 420 4VTFDs. But that's okay. That is absolutely a-okay, because 4VTFD, they don't want to mind, because they are still standing strong with all the 4 players surviving, and the zone still kind of favoring them, so they can sustain that position in the compound. But SALTxi8 not looking too good, because they need to move.
I think they can just stay on the boundary line of that compound. You have to come out of the compound, but maybe in that small ridge outside the highway itself. Right now you can see, like you said, 4VTFD and SALTxi8 almost combining together to shut teams down, and I wonder in what regard that will keep continuing, because the way this matchup is currently stationed, it does look like 4VTFD are the teams who have got control from this circle. They have that part of the compound to themselves, forcing SALTxi8 into these tiny locations like small huts or behind the car, and forcing SALTxi8 into a position where they have to take those fights and win. But hey, we know SALTxi8, man, they love pulling themselves out of these dire situations and coming out as the winners.
Dude, look at that minimap. We do see that one Brown who's out of the zone towards the right hand side, and that is one man from the side of MeterShot who is trying to flank the players of 4VTFD. I mean, the side of MeterShot, they already know that 4VTFD is busy and interested in SALTxi8. They do not have any sight on the players of MeterShot, and that is what MeterShot is capitalizing for their side. But I guess now is the time when 4VTFD are going to have to move out of this position, and as they do, things are going to be that much more difficult for them, because they haven't taken on the fights. But there we go, Ash, the one man who I was just talking about in that flank angle, definitely given that massive blow that was anticipated from his flanking position, and in doing so, it is going to be one man down for the side of 4VTFD, but that's not going to be hampering them, because the cover is right around the corner, the recovery is right around the corner, but now that gives a breathing space to SALTxi8. So now the fight has turned into an all-out war out in the open, 4v4v4 situation between these 3 teams.
Yeah, and look at this, with that circle shifting towards the western line, it's actually 4VTFD. The teams that were in control, that is now caught off guard. They had to come out in the open. They've almost lost 2 players real quick. You can see MetershotxSKY. They are the team in the middle of both SALTxi8 and 4VTFD. As long as they play this slow blotter, as long as they force SALTxi8 and 4VTFD into a situation where they are the ones who have to take the fight, MetershotxSKY, they might just be able to continue their momentum from the last match of yesterday and grab yet another chicken dinner.
That's true, dude, because again, I mean, you look at 4VTFD, they're completely pincered down in the center, right? I mean, from one side it's SALTxi8, the other side it was definitely not working for them as well, and MetershotxSKY, they are playing their cards right. They are definitely playing with their numbers advantage, and they are definitely putting on a massive show right here for us, but it is SALTxi8 that they're up against. I mean, all the brain games that they're trying to do, they have worked for them, but now they are going to have to take the fight head on against the players of SALTxi8 indeed, and in doing so, it is going to get trickier and trickier, because well, one of the players, again, I mean, one player from both the sides were knocked, but nevertheless the revival will be given. But all of it now brings us down to a 4v4 show between these 2 teams. But who will be the one rising up on the top? One thing that maybe would be favoring MeterShot is, along with this ridge, the smaller ridge, they also have the vehicles. So maybe if they end up smoking and then pushing on along with those vehicles, right behind those bales, they'll have a lot more coverage area for their side as they take on the aggressive stance, maybe.
Maybe indeed. Now look, they've got to get out of this open area they're in and into the fields, into the farms, and turn that soil red and to get this chicken dinner. But it's easier said than done. SALTxi8 very well spread. They've got 2 players quite low, but they should be able to heal themselves up and approach this in a manner where it is a 2-pronged effort from their end. Now, what is really cool though, you can see Kian trying to use the edge of the smoke to spot out someone. So continuously MetershotxSKY trying to be proactive and dictate the way this fight goes. But it's all going to come down to this circle, and oh my god, where did that nade come from, Wisdom? Okay.
Wow. Wow, I mean, that is amazing utilization of course, the information that was being showcased based on the smoke that was popped, but that was not allowed. Uzum definitely pushes on. Now he knows exactly what to anticipate, or rather the position to anticipate where MetershotxSKY is. From one side, it's going to be Uzum to trying to get that information. Katir definitely holding on that angle. From the other side, it's going to be Blade trying to take on that flank. It is going to be MeterShot getting sandwiched between the team of Salt, and in all of that, Katir gets the better half of that fight, and it is him who will stop that flank angle from Uzum. So now Now it is a conversation for MetershotxSKY to be able to utilize for themselves. They need those utilities, but do they have them? Because SALTxi8, they are out of the options. They are just completely running and gunning for now. But is it enough for their side?
Is it enough is the question right now, as MetershotxSKY, they're picking up kill after kill, but SALTxi8, they're stuck in the middle of nowhere, and MetershotxSKY will continue their momentum water. Chicken dinner at the end of day 1, chicken dinner at the start of day 2, and they are in that meteoric rise indeed. Really, we'll have to see how long they can push this forward, because this is the team we were talking about. That's the narrative of that resurgence. We've seen glimpses of brilliance from them once again, and we're seeing it now.
Absolutely, and that was again a very equal fight coming into those final moments between these 3 teams as well, right? To talk about it, and then down to the final 2 that stood for the longest time, Metershot as well as SALTxi8. But overall, I mean, again, SALTxi8, the way they got uneasy and restless and made that open push is perhaps the reason for their demise. And the other hand, for the side of Metershot, there were moments that it seemed difficult for them, but they held strong and they absolutely utilized the information. The audio cues coming in from Khatir against Uzum's side was absolutely perfect, and well, that resulted in the team walking away with a chicken dinner yet again. So perfect momentum boost for the side of Metershot, as was the case as the day ended yesterday for them.
And just yesterday we were talking about how for MetershotxSKY, after getting into that 6th spot, it's all about building the gap between them and the rest, because they are quite close. They were quite close before this game, but with that 24-point chicken dinner coming in, they'll be happy that they are able to now start contesting for the top. And talking about the top, even though SALTxi8, they don't get the chicken dinner, I think they will be happy with the ranking win that they were able to get, because I didn't notice any H2Es or Quantum Rages getting into that top mark. You know, the teams that are contesting them, even QWERTY for that matter, not really the most phenomenal of games, which gives SALTxi8 a decent margin to start building on.
It definitely helps, and there's nothing stopping SALTxi8 from their onslaught that is being brought from their side. But we'll talk more about these conversations and the other teams. But before we do so, it's time to take on a short little break. We'll be right back.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest.
Let the action begin.
Well, with that, this is turning into quite an incredible league altogether in the Pakistan region, because when it comes to PMPL, every single time we know for a fact that Pakistan will be delivering some amazing plays and incredible obnoxious skills and eliminations. But yeah, this season on, this entire region is on a different role as we are looking at them. But with that, as we move on through to the stats itself, we've got 4v-TFD's player Ash this time around walking away with the MVP based on the 6 elimination points, 3 knocks that he was able to give, along with 2 assists and a damage of 1033. That is phenomenal, and kudos to the side of 4v-TFD as well, because as they moved on in towards those final few moments of those zones, they were on to the eastern flank. They were all by their lonesome. We did see QWERTY, we did see SALTxi8, we did see Metershot. I mean, they're all busy taking on those fights and giving amongst themselves, and it was 4v-TFD just holding their fort by their lonesome until they saw QWERTY try and make that push, and that too was completely stopped in their tracks. But as we move on forth to the top players, we do have Crypto and Blade from the side of SALTxi8 jumping in on the 2nd and 3rd position, along with Khatir and Ash from MetershotxSKY. So MetershotxSKY, a wonderful start for a day number 2 of Super Weekend 2 indeed for their side. Another $500 in the bank, and this momentum, I just hope it continues on for this team, because again, this team needed this sort of a steamrolling start as they ended the day yesterday, and that is what they're on right now. Let's just hope that they're able to keep on this dominating spree in the second game as well, as we push on through to the top 2 teams from this first game. We do have, of course, MetershotxSKY walking away with the chicken dinner with 24 points, 9 elimination points for them. Along with that, only 4 points shy is going to be SALTxi8 with 8 elimination points. Damage received were 2,000, but damage dealt was 3,522 compared to the 2,452. Almost 1,000, 1,100 damage difference as far as the damage dealt is concerned, as far as the aggressiveness is concerned between these two teams' approach in this first game. So that itself clearly showcases that SALTxi8, they are in a league of their own, and they have been from the start. For the first league play day and the second league play day, they were just toying and trying to understand and maybe even give a bit of a mind game to the lobby. But as soon as it came down to the Super Weekend, yep, there was SALTxi8 doing exactly what they do. That is popping off heads.
Oh, most definitely. I think SALTxi8, like you said, in a league of their own, currently able to really run away with the games that seem are in their control, you know, unless they get messed over by a random circle. When they can control, when they can dictate the way they play, usually able to get the better of teams. This time though, 4VTFD were able to use that momentum to bounce back themselves, and I'm sure teams will look to that as a note where you can really have that capability to try and disrupt even that top team's momentum. Now, even in that regard, you can see what we are seeing is rise of other teams as well. TUF with 12 points coming through in the overall rankings. That's certainly going to boost their case of trying to get away from those bottom 4 teams.
That was required from them, and that is what they are standing up true and tall for. Along with that, we do have NES as well, looking pretty comfortable with 7 points, so it's okay. I mean, ups and downs, but still walking away with decent amount of points. One thing that I did notice for the side of FS, yesterday also I noticed when it came down to taking on elimination points, FS was on point. Today also, right now in this game also, they walked away with 4 elimination points, but the placement is where things shattered completely for them, and that is something that I think is becoming more of a resurgent story again and again for FS, and hopefully they put a stop on that.
Oh, most definitely. And really, I think for Freestyle, they need to find that momentum that they were able to harness in the first league stage all the way back. You know, they looked like an unstoppable team. They finished off the league stage as the champions, but in the Super Weekends, we never really saw that momentum coming through. But talking about the zone, we saw in this particular game quite standard in its approach, and really you could see a team like SALTxi8 able to capitalize on it with that early position they took, resulting in the several eliminations they were able to pick up.
Absolutely, and as we move on through right here to the zones themselves, this is where things got really interesting. I was looking at 4VTFD, I was looking at MeterShot. 4VTFD slowly but surely pushed themselves all the way to the eastern flank and to the eastern edge. MetershotxSKY, they were taking on that for themselves, and they thought that the keeping as close to the edge, to the cliff, well, that again was a defensive move, and that worked out for them. And as we move on through to this position now, this is where Ash, look at him, as he was able to get away from his teammates. All the brunt was taken on by his teammates as Ash slowly creeped away and then allowed his teammates to slowly move into the zone as he got into a flank angle and then tried to take on the shots against the players of 4VTFD, which again, brilliantly helped by the side of SALTxi8 was the end. And in doing so, again, as we saw, the chicken dinner walked away, of course, in the name of MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, it was the battle of the ashes. We got an Ash in 4VTFD,
was.
a Ash in MetershotxSKY, and it was both of them winning in some ways. 4VTFD's Ash picked up the MVP, MetershotxSKY Ash picked up the chicken dinner. So, hey, I think they'll both be happy from the outcome.
They have to be. They definitely have to be. Again, I mean, they walk away with decent amount of elimination points. They walk away with decent amount of course, placement points. Overall, it is definitely helping both these teams rise up and keep that sustaining and consistent play during these, of course, Super Weekends. And along with that, again, if at all there's anything to bring up, it's going to be the $500 that SALTxi8 could not participate in, and MetershotxSKY stole away from them. But again, it was a skill-based fight, that final one.
Yeah, exactly.
Through and through.
It still did come down to the wire, though, as you can see in our Oppo F21 Pro moments, in several moments with in this starting fight as well between Freestyle and Star. Came down to that solo player, but Freestyle was able to pull it through, but not for long did they manage to maintain their momentum. Caught in their rotations, you can see SALTxi8 and Quraysh really capitalizing on them in that regard.
Absolutely, and again, we did see a little bit of shots being showcased from one moment to the next as 4VTFD. They held that ground, they held that compound for quite a long time from the game, from the time the game started, and they made that rotation. But this is where moments got a little tricky for the side of TUF, where I honestly thought that the shots that were being taken from the side of SALTxi8 could very well put TUF right there and stop them in their graves, but that was not the case. They were able to get the revival and then push on away from this position as well, where we did see MetershotxSKY take on some amazing blows to the face of TUF. They did not want to falter down that easy, and now this is the moment that mattered the most for the side of 4VTFD, and they again held it strong, but again only for that long, because the move, as soon as the zone moved away from them, they were out in the open, the information was already given away, and SALTxi8 capitalized on it absolutely brilliantly with the synergistic push based on the utilities that they had.
Almost definitely. And I think towards the end it came down to just the battle of timing. And MetershotxSKY, they were able to perfect it, shut down SALTxi8, pick up that winner chicken dinner. Now, heading into our match 2, Miramar, expecting this slow play to continue, but maybe with a couple of drop contestations mixed in here and there. We saw SALTxi8 switching up their drops spot in this particular matchup. Maybe we see more teams following on that.
Absolutely. Now, one team that is looking a little troublesome, in fact, of course, two of them, is going to be XGeneration and TmW. And it is a very, very critical moment that these teams have found now, because now they need to really start thinking that, all right, because in this first game, if we talk about it, right, TmW, they went far away because that is how they like to play, which is fine. For the other front, it is XGeneration that I'm talking about, and this team moved pretty much smack in the center of the zone, very close to the placement of FS, freestyle indeed. And as they progressed on, they were just not allowed to give that sort of a breathing space, that open space that they wanted to take on those elimination points or placement points for that matter as well. So yeah, these teams, they are going to have to really start questioning it very clearly to themselves, exactly how do we want to play it, because making that over-aggressive approach is not favoring them now.
Oh, 100%. And you can see teams that did perform well in this particular lobby, TUF and 4VTFD, both rising in the charts. TUF now within striking distance of that top, next three teams right above them. While MetershotxSKY, they've actually come in striking distance of clarity. So maybe upset in that top 5 spot regard, we might get to see with our upcoming game. We'll have to see though, because SALTxi8 are again starting to build that hefty lead on H2E, most definitely now. Quraysh, with their performance, able to get past 3x Esports. Certainly one we were expecting, but I think now the more interesting conversation is going to become, can Quraysh even outrace North Esports altogether, in this resurgence of the bottom teams, who is going to be able to pick up that pedal?
Absolutely, because I mean they've got 4 games still remaining for them today, 5 games tomorrow, so the opportunity is still there for these teams on that later half of the leaderboard, and the opportunities that they are slowly but surely capitalizing. We saw from the side of North Esports, we saw again right here from the side of Quraysh that they were able to jump up that one position, and easily, if they keep on bring in that sort of a playstyle and then here and there get some high frag and kill games, that is definitely going to be pushing them into the top 10, not necessarily, but yeah, perhaps in the 11th position ish, because after that in the top 10 things, rather points, my apologies, are very, very difficult to get to. But again, we have seen teams walk away with 30 points from one single game, so yeah, I wouldn't say it's impossible for their side.
Oh, most definitely not. And I think really that's where in those kind of situations, usually where we see nowadays the 30+ point games happen, is when circles are quite standard, teams play it quite slow till the mid till late part of the game, and usually it's squad wipes that teams pick up rather than restricted eliminations here and there, isolated eliminations here and there. But heading into Miramar, you can again expect that, because much bigger than the maps we get to regularly see, much bigger than the maps we got to see in the general league stage of this week 2, where we had Sanhok this time around. It does seem more of the case that in Miramar we're going to have teams that really thrive in that macro aspect, thrive all together, and I mean, that's why I'm not surprised to see Team H2E and even Team MetershotxSKY smack bang in the middle of that.
Well, that is working for them, of course, but for the side of Quantum Rage, now they need to start a little bit more on the aggressive front, perhaps. That is what they're missing out on. For the side of FS, again, the stats absolutely, like you so perfectly mentioned, working in that team's favor. So perhaps this could be the game where they showcase that chicken dinner attitude from their style. That first week league play day kind of freestyle that we saw from them, maybe that could be possible. Or again, I mean, it's the default that we know that it might just be SALTxi8 once again, just jumping along from here to there and getting those elimination points for them.
Yeah, exactly. And really, SALTxi8 for them, it has been that show of dominance and consistency throughout most cases, and they
Right.
have shown that, especially they're an exceptionally clean team when it comes to that macro strategy part. So really don't expect them to get out real early. But that's what I want to see, a little more drop contestation. You know, we've got that going in Sanhok already with MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage. I want a storyline for Miramar now, which teams start to really poke at each other and threaten each other more.
Well, that is going to be difficult, is what I would say. Because again, I mean, you'd look at a couple of these teams. Let's name them. TmW, they love to play their own solo strat approach. They love to get away from the fights in the early few moments of the game itself as it comes down to the drop. Same, of course, is the case for pretty much 4v Same is the case for Team Star. That itself kind of stretches the lobby a little bit, and then the few teams that are left out, they drop down to their known locations where again, you definitely cannot expect or see the side of Freestyle jumping in against Clarity, or the side of SALTxi8 going up against another team like that. So yeah, it is highly unlikely, but then again, that is where the masala is brought in when you've got those drop contestations. So maybe we can see that happening today on this game number 2 of second Super Weekend right here at PMPL Pakistan region. It is going to be Miramar flight path on our screens as we take it into the skies from the north of the map, going all the way southwest towards the prison island. So this is again a very standard approach from the side of the flight path altogether, and the pilots are definitely going to be helping these teams, especially the teams that love to go down towards El Pozo. We've seen 4v and the others who absolutely do love to keep themselves distant out of those fights for the early moments. We've seen, of course, for the side of Clarity, who love to go down towards the Vela del Mar region. Along with that, we've got H2E, who go down towards that prison island a couple of times. I've seen them. Los Higos, where they find themselves. So it is a pretty decent flight path for all of these teams to be able to reach their drop locations.
Yeah, no. Really, in regards to that, I'm noticing MetershotxSKY and Quantum Rage actually on that same area. I wonder if it's just their parachutes or if they're actually both dropped to that northern part of Cruz de Valle. And really, I think rest is going to be just standard. This flight path is well quite standard, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a circle centered around Los Leones or maybe even the mountains around La Bendita, and that's where things will look to get interesting. But for now, it does seem to be the case that MetershotxSKY and Quantum Rage are quite close to each other, and it's going to be up to Quantum Rage to make sure they don't get caught, because you can see Sirius, he's quite far away. He's going to have to quickly loot and join his team if they are to take a fight.
Well, that is an interesting play from the side of Metershot and Quantum Rage. But if we look onto the western front, we have so many teams that are close to their vicinity. 4v as was discussed earlier, they love to go down towards that El Pozo. But right above them is a big change where we do have XGeneration along with 52x Rage along with Team H2E. So a few teams that, of course, have seen each other drop down into that La Cabrera region. And that is where those initial skirmishes could be anticipated from their side if they want to take on that early onslaught. But on the other front, when it comes to the other teams, basically, they are dropping down still. They are just flying across the map as of now, and they have still yet to land onto their drop locations altogether. But these teams that we just spoke about, they are already down on the ground, and SALTxi8 being in front of our screens, very close to Los Leones is where this team find themselves. And of course, with all 4 of them right here in the Mirado, are going to be making a rotation to get to, I think, Los Leones itself, if I'm not wrong. Let's see.
Yeah, SALTxi8 making that early move. I assume, like you said, it is towards that Los Leones area, and they will occupy that southern edge of the circle now. Teams like QWERTY, TmW and Star, they're quite close to each other in that middle area, and really they're going to have to try and make the moves to deny each other those positions. But what is most likely around this circle is that teams just hold on to their nifty compounds right here and around, and that's when the circle starts shifting, when things start getting a lot more congested, it's going to become a basic domino effect where we have fight after fight resulting in third party after third party and causing a lot of havoc. But right now, quite standard in that regard. I do notice though, NorthEsports quite close to SALTxi8 in their rotation. NorthEsports as well, heading towards their Los Leones area. I wonder if they get caught by SALTxi8.
Oh boy, alright, they're definitely on the same exact road, just a couple of minutes behind the side of course, SALTxi8. Now, this is going to turn into a chaotic mess. But then again, I mean, this is going to be an urban fight if it all it ends up taking place first things first, because Los Leones itself is a pretty big area. And both these teams, as of now, even though they might have heard the SALTxi8 might have heard the vehicle audio cues, for now they're going to be busy just trying to get that loot sorted for themselves. And of course we move on towards the side of TmW, a team that of course needs a lot of points. They are not looking too good on that overall storyboard. They are here for the first time in the Super Weekend itself, and they're just waiting for that sliver of hope, for that one shining opportunity to be able to grasp. But it is looking slimmer and slimmer in terms of the opportunity that has been provided to them, because the lobby is just so aggressive and so very against the reach that TmW hoped to be able to achieve. Every single other team, they are just, no matter where they are wanting to get those elimination points, and as soon as they get the opportunity, they capitalize upon it. TmW on the other front, a little slow on that regard. So it is looking tough. It is definitely looking tough, but opportunities still are there. This is just the second game of the day, and let's see what exactly is in store for the side of TmW for this game.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think things are going to start really get interesting if TmW are able to win that center fight, you know. Knock down QWERTY, who've got quite interesting high ground, because remember, QWERTY are playing with that 3-man squad. They naturally have the numbers disadvantage, but you got Star in the near vicinity, so if a fight does erupt, a team will surely third party and add fuel to that fire. And that's why teams being quite cautious in that regard. And now we are starting to see several teams pick up the rotations, try to get themselves into the circle. One of which is Magnus. Not that they're trying to get into the circle, they're already in it, but rather trying to get towards that high ground, get towards that center mark, and they will be able to get it. A key control of that mountain around power grid. So if the circle takes a centralized shift or takes a southern shift, even Magnus might look again like a team that might come resurging in with this Miramar map. And that's where I really want to see teams. I think day 2 has been a day of comebacks. I want to see teams like TUF that did so in map 1, maybe Magnus that can come through, maybe even Freestyle for that matter, really stepping up to their mark.
Definitely possibility and opportunities are going to be provided to these teams, but will they be able to see them through or not is what we shall find out on the other front. When it comes down to the side of Team Star, as you so perfectly mentioning, they are close to that Hacienda region, Hacienda del Patron, above the placement of, as you so perfectly mentioned as well, Team QWERTY, and very close to the vicinity of Magnus as well. So again, I mean, there are teams who are close to each other, but Miramar, we know it is a very spread out map. So on the map, we can see that they are close, but being boots on the ground, they still are a little further out, and to be able to just get that information against each other, it is a little tricky for now in the first circle. But again, I mean, as these teams start making these rotations, it is going to get easier and easier with just first 7 minutes into the game. It seems like Team H2E are pretty comfortable with their loot as they try and look for the higher ground right here at La Cabrera.
Exactly, in that regard, H2E, they will have to be quite cautious, because you can see, I mean, they can't see, but we can see XGeneration on that sudden note. If H2E try to take high ground control, they might catch XGeneration or be caught by XGeneration. It will be quite an interesting battle. A team like H2E in that second spot, up above high in the table, where XGeneration, a team that is trying to make their mark with their first Super Weekend, towards that lower end. You know what, taking out a Titan, that's the way to boost your confidence.
Absolutely, and again, for now, XGeneration are in a better spot, if we can point that out, right? Because they have the higher ground compared to the side, but yeah, and you can clearly see it's not easy to reach that high ground, as is clearly being showcased from the side of XGeneration's Thug. They're definitely trying their level best, and as soon as they do, they'll have the information on the other opponent teams. But as of now, again, they're just trying to get that route sorted and segregated for themselves, and there we go, a perfect vertical climb coming in the buggy. based on how Thug is approaching this situation, it is looking like he might just be able to do it. No, not just yet. But again, hope and dream still lives on through in for the side of XGeneration.
Yeah, I know. The way it is situated, again, the circle closing in just about, I think, 10 to 15 seconds will decide how things do end up unfolding, and I'm really curious where the circle does end up going. I have this sneaky feeling it might actually go northwestern and favor the sides of XGeneration and H2E. But hey, I will say the PUBG Mobile gods have been quite unpredictable in the way they shift those circles, so we'll have to see.
That is true.
7 seconds down the clock and we will find out. Teams will start contesting with each other in that congested zone, and that's where things will get interesting. And not exactly northwestern, more western actually in that regard, but still sticking to the favor of those central teams like QWERTY, like Magnus, who found themselves around that San Martin area. So we'll have to see which team is able to pick up the initial fight, because now several teams left out of the circle, like MetershotxSKY, like MetershotxSKY, like somewhat Quantum Rage even, and especially 52x Rage. These are the teams that will cause that initial spark and really get the effect flowing.
Well, one more team that I would want to, of course, bring to our attention is the same team that we were looking at trying to climb up that mountain, XGeneration, right? And they are in a very wonderful position. They have so much of information, and they just need to utilize and capitalize on that position that they are sitting on top of. With that, it is going to be first blood drawn from the side of Magnus, and it is going to be not the first blood as of now, but the first knock coming inside of Magnus, and it seems like it is going to be FS Black. Not looking too good as the team tried to make that rotation, but from the further away distance, we can see Team QWERTY's Destroyer getting the audio cues and maybe jumping in to steal this kill. Could be possible, because alright, never mind that. FS Black is like, alright mate, I accept defeat, just get it over with.
Yeah, Black just falling down quite easy. Magnus Esports pick up first blood quite simply with that long range affair, and now they've really whittled down the opposition right in front of them in San Martin, because Magnus Esports, they have that high ground control where QWERTY and Freestyle are around that San Martin area. Both of those teams only 3-man strong, so Magnus in a good position, but as long as they don't overpeak, they will be fine, because you can see in those long range battles, it all comes down to your ability to react on time, get those key headshots and try to damage the team. And right now, Adil and Destroyer just exchanging some puny blows. We'll have to see which player is able to capitalize on overpeak and shut the other down.
Absolutely, and for now, Magnus Adil definitely making a very good move, getting away from that position, and that is, of course, going to be required for his side, because that position has been compromised. And again, I mean, the 3-man side and squad of Team QWERTY are 3-man squad, definitely, but definitely not going to be stopping them in terms of the aggressiveness that they want to be able to showcase. And yeah, again, it is a GG approach from their side in this game, and with that, it is going to be Team TUF that we are with right now. And right across the compound is going to be MetershotxSKY chiming in as well. So Zameen, do they have the information? Does MetershotxSKY have the information? It seems like he's coming in for the flank angle. No, he does not. He's going to be out in the open, and what an easy spray and knock, and of course elimination point will be given in just a couple of minutes to the side of TUF Edgar. And yep, he has the information now for the side of NES, where of course Zameen has already been knocked, and of course Erangel OP jumping in to get that revival, but that will not be allowed, says Edgar, with the nade parades being showcased. 2 nades back to back should be the end, and there we go. Avenger OP already goes down. 1 more nade, and that would be 2 elimination points confirmed for Edgar as he jumps in. Does not want to let the opportunity go. He will definitely jump in, and all by his lonesome, he has been able to stop MetershotxSKY in their track, and sadly, MetershotxSKY down to a 2-man army.
Yeah, look at this. The way it is positioned, it does seem like this southwestern fight right here, MetershotxSKY and TUF with Clarity lurking around in the shadows, is going to be a crucial one, because I also noticed 52x Rage trying to rotate along that same highway, which is currently shadowed by both 4VTFD and TUF, potentially even MetershotxSKY if they're able to take down TUF. But when you look towards that northern area, 2 teams caught outside the circle in a bit of a stalemate with each other, as Quantum Rage have locked down H2E, refused to let them leave. H2E, they've got to make an aggressive move, because the only advantage they have right now is the fact that Quantum Rage is in a 2-2 split. So aggress on that two-man side on either note and try to get back, because otherwise the circle is going to catch up. It's going to end up real chaotic and uncontrolled in that fight, and I think that's where Quantum Rage are actually quite favored.
Well. This is a tricky position for H2E. I mean, Quantum Rage, they're really spread out. That is something that H2E could very well capitalize upon, but I don't think they've got the information. They know that there is a team around in the vicinity. They know that the region around them definitely has these hills advantage going into the favor of their opponent team. But when it comes to the information altogether itself, H2E definitely seem a little clueless, and that itself is very tricky reason for them to even try and take on this fight against Quantum, where indeed on the other front, as you so perfectly mentioned, if this fight ends up extending for too long, both these teams are going to be finding that blue zone pretty soon, as we've seen earlier as well. As teams try to stay on to take on the fights, the blue zone catches up to them, and then making those late rotations gets really, really difficult. And on the other front, it is going to be SALTxi8's player who is being troubled a little bit thanks to Magnus's approach as of now, and they've already been able to confirm one elimination point. It's going to be Reviews not looking too good in the Mirado, but he will find his cover as he backs out of that position.
Oh, and H2E actually caught out trying to make the rotations. Dread's been knocked, and his teammates quite far away. It's quite curious why Dread was even out there, because you can see the rest of H2E aren't making their moves. They're sticking it out, waiting for Quantum Rage to leave and then make the late rotation happen. So Dread in a bit of a disconnect, or rather the team in a bit of a disconnect with Dread. Either way is miscommunications causing a member to be down, but H2E now they fight back with some help from MetershotxSKY potentially, as Kian has knocked down a slumbering JD. MetershotxSKY coming in from nowhere on their classic signature move. Late rotation, catch a team off guard. This time they made 1 into 2.
Absolutely, and that definitely is going to be help in the cause of Team H2E. As we can see in the kill feed, it is Magnus who are just completely outperforming the side of SALTxi8 on this map of Miramar, wherein again and again, a lot of damage is being showcased from the side of Magnus, and SALTxi8 are definitely caught in the brunt of all of this. Of course, that revival will be given to Uzum, but will that be enough? On the other front, Quantum are still not done against H2E's players, as they fall back into the blues again is where they're stuck, but they do not want to fall down before they do want to take on a few shots. And again, look at that. Magnus Mom 2 taking on Reviews, taking on the side of SALTxi8. Magnus is looking very much in control of that fight. As we move on through in the kill feed, it is going to be TmW in the spray of FS. So FS also utilizing the opportunity, but all these teams that I just mentioned, they're all out away from the comfort of the zone.
Now look at this. Mom 2 trying to shut down SALTxi8. Adil will finish off Uzum right there with the Molotov, and it does seem SALTxi8, they're caught in quite a dire situation with Magnus pushing on from multiple angles. Now Adil with that nade trying to cause further damage. Even he forces Blade out of his position into the open, and he shuts him down. Precisely played. Magnus shutting down SALTxi8, eliminating them as the first team out of the lobby. Our top team in the rankings, first team out. No surprise that it's Magnus that makes it happen.
Absolutely, and right now it is going to be Quraysh, another team that is looking very much in control and synergistic play being showcased from their side. Ash, another one of the dudes from the side of Metershot who loves to create those flank angles. Is a bit too late in this fight, because it is going to be Quraysh who are definitely controlling the way this fight is going to be ending, with 2 players already down. Khatir, the man who is going to be holding the compound all by himself, because Ash is on a different fight altogether. 3 versus 1, definitely not going to be allowed. Khatir goes down, Metershot left with just a 1-man army. Ash, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, mate? This is wonderful play from Quraysh Esports.
Wonderful play indeed, Blotter, because right now you can see Adi OP getting the heal through too before he pushes on into Ash. Well, Ash is a little confused as to what's going on, and he doesn't seem to be healing himself, so Ash is going to get caught off with health disadvantage. Actually, no, scratch that. Ash is able to get the heal set up too, and Adi OP, he's trying to rush in, but now he's going to potentially go for the heal. It's a Tom and Jerry situation as they chase each other in a small compound. In the other side of the map, we've got H2E and 52X Rage paired up with Quantum Rage. All of these teams trying to fight for a location in the circle. Now H2E, they were the team caught out with MetershotxSKY and Quraysh all the way up north, and they will be taken down. And it seems like another team that might follow note in that regard is on the eastern edge, with TmW losing several players to the play zone, aided by Freestyles Malik.
Absolutely, because again, these teams, they were out in the open a bit too long and tried to wait for that rotation for a bit too long, and indeed that in turn has resulted in the blue zone catching up to them. With that, we've got 13 teams remaining, a lot of chaos being showcased in this lobby in the 18 minutes that we've seen. And as we go back to the side of Quantum Rage, they are trying to take on the player of TFD. 4v TFD, not looking good, as one of their players has already been brought down to the knees, and now it's going to be IQ. Well, never mind, IQ was so very quick with his spray, and in doing so, they have damaged the ranks and positions of 4vTFD, where 4 players, or rather 2 players, have already been knocked and brought down to their knees. 2 players remaining. 4vTFD Strong is out in the blues. No, they're out in the open, but not looking too good in terms of their placement.
Not looking too good indeed, Lotto now. TMW, they've been eliminated. Clarity will most likely fall suit very soon, but no, they turn it around. The zigzag feats coming through as Clarity use their numbers advantage to their favor and eliminate 52x Rage. Instead, they're still holding on as a 3-man squad as well, so in a potential situation to make the rotation happen. But look at this circle shift all around Power Grid, where Team Star have held on for dear life. Surely this is their chicken dinner to pick up.
It could be, it definitely should be, because they have the control of that. But do not forget that from the west and southwestern flank, you do have TUF's all 4 players, and Joker, being the all lonesome, is trying to get that information and get close to the edge of the zone. So that itself could be the X factor that TUF needed. And as we can clearly see, based on Joker's information, the entirety of Team TUF is going to be jumping into the comfort of the zone. With that, 4vTFD, Team Clarity finding themselves out in the zone. Along with that, it is going to be Quantum as well as XGeneration that are all out in the open towards the north of the blue zone right now.
Look at this. Quantum Rage potentially making the decision to make that rotation happen immediately rather than wait for the last moment and get caught out in that regard. But they might actually end up flipping on them, because you can see 4vTFD, they spotted them out trying to make that happen. They down 1 player and now they're looking for more.
Well, we've got Vash right here, who has been able to get that 1 elimination point confirmed for his team. Leon, his teammate, is taken on the spray against the players of Clarity. Zibyan, the information has definitely been cued in, and right on point, Zibyan wakes up, and as he does, a massive blow to his face definitely puts him down. And this is not going to be the end of Clarity, because again, he's just been knocked. He's not been eliminated. Clarity still have 2 players, but never mind, correction, we've got only 1 player standing. 420 boy also goes down. Leon OP definitely is looking very much in control and possession of this fight against Clarity Esports. Scarrel in the name of Teen Wolf. But for now, of course, both these dudes are going to be given their teammates revival. As of now, if Leon OP had just given 1 nade in that position and then given that revival, maybe things could have been different.
Yeah, most certainly could have. Right now, it does seem like it will be instead. Leon OP continuing on the barrage on Team TUF. Edgar Racine on a domination, and his teammate will follow through. Thor shuts down Leon OP, but the immediate revival coming in from Vash will keep 4vTFD still standing. But the circle starting to close in. TUF, they need to not just shut down Clarity as well as 4vTFD, but also try to get themselves into the compound, and they're doing so in spectacular fashion. Clarity has been finished off, and it doesn't look like 4vTFD is too far behind.
Well, again, I mean, all I was going to point out was that it's all thanks to TUF and their positioning that Clarity was dropped down from that position that they were stuck at. And with that, it is 4vTFD's 2 players who are jumping into the opportunity to get out in the open, to get into the comfort of the zone. And as they do so, it seems like their information has been caught, as TUF Joker is going to be damaging Leon. And now Vash was already caught as he tried to get into this position. From this angle, Team Star's Hunk, he knows exactly where he is. He's going to get that nade perfectly set up, cook it in, and there we go. That should be right. That's not it. Never mind. Hunk is just gonna stick around and try and get a little bit more. Wow. Okay, that miserably failed for him, because of course he was caught off guard from a flank angle from another team.
Yeah, looked like it could have been a really cool situation, but it did not end up working out. But look at this 3-man squad or not.
Yes.
QWERTY, they reign strong.
Wow.
Wolverine picking up 3 eliminations, and they should be able to get themselves comfortably into the eastern edge of the circle, near that the biggest actually building in the zone right now in Power Grid. But TUF, they've actually elected to stay on the corner of the circle. They're not trying to get into the compound, so I wondered how that decision will end up panning out. Magnus, on the other hand, playing it very, very safe, just like Team Star in that building, waiting for the fights to erupt. So I think really this chicken dinner going to come down to which team is the most patient, which team is able to hold on for the most long. But TUF certainly not patient. They've got the momentum. They want to make it count.
They definitely do, and they are definitely giving in those massive blows, whatever team that they come up against, and in doing so, Rampage is what is being showcased. 5 elimination points coming in for the side of Edgar indeed, and 6 is the total elimination point for the side of Team TUF. So Edgar definitely holding strong for the side of this team, but look at that forecast. Magnus. Dude, Magnus is in the forecast. We spoke about this as the day started off. We want to see some comeback story from Magnus. We want to be able to see that team hold their deer strong and get that chicken dinner. And this time, the game says that they are definitely in the forecast on top. But again, the gameplay is what will showcase if they do or not, because Team TUF is still a part of this, Team Star is still part of it, and Team QWERTY is so very much in control of those fights with the numbers advantage, or rather with the elimination advantage for them.
Almost definitely. Magnus though, quite well spread out. Like you said, a team that we were talking about with the potential resurgence coming through. They're currently in the number 12 spot. If they get that chicken dinner, they'll leapfrog several teams to make it all the way to number 8, I believe. And will mean that they get to really, once again, build the momentum that we saw all the way back in day 1 from them. Now, you can see, for the side of TUF though, they're starting to move up a little, get towards the fences of these compounds, using smokes to set up the cover, while Magnus and Star are engaged in a bit of a battle. Gravity and QWERTY trying to be the disruptors, throwing in nade to nade, knowing Star is stuck in a small shack.
Well, it's not looking good for the side of Team Star, because their information has been compromised. From one side is going to be Gravity from QWERTY, on the other side is going to be Team TUF, and in all of this, once again, Team Magnus, they are just holding on their fort. But one thing that's definitely favoring the side of Team QWERTY is the fact that the elimination points they've been able to rack up already, it is just the momentum that they have been playing this game with, and there is nothing that's going to be stopping them. And right now, again, those perfectly set up nades that are being showcased from the side of Gravity is just a matter of time before they connect, and Team Star is going to be the one that will be at the receiving end. But the side of Team QWERTY, they're all playing individual angles, just a 3-man army, but they're all playing individual angles. This side is, of course, for Gravity to hold on down Tier 2, and the back, of course, we can see Destroyer holding that flank, and then Wolverine pretty much in the center. So they've got that ridge working, and the only team they need to worry about is Team Star for now, but I guess not for long, because Team TUF from one side have completely brought the numbers for Team Star down to a dwindling 1-man army.
Dwindling 1-man army indeed, Blotter, because at this point, really, Team Star, they're not going to have much of a say. All left to Usama himself to try and clutch out as many placement points as he can, maybe try to cause some chaos when these heavier teams try to go for the battle. And that's certainly going on right now as Magnus look to hold this container area and deny TUF the entry into the compound. TUF, they're caught off guard with just 2 members along that node, the other 2 members quite far away, and Magnus, they're going in aggressively, but Momto's been taken quite low. Thor is holding on with the car and some smoke for his cover, still managing to stay strong, and that's where QWERTY come into play, because from the back, they down 1 player and help Magnus out almost, but they're not here to play with just one. They want effects from both of those teams. They want to hurt both of these teams, and they've done so with Respect being down. QWERTY looking to capitalize with this third-party plotter.
Well, this is looking absolutely chaotic and messy from the side of Magnus, where indeed the zone pushed on to favor TUF. TUF held their ground really strong. Magnus tried to take on their fight, but Team QWERTY comes in from the back and completely stops the team in the tracks. And Magnus, who were looking so confident, definitely not going to be helping the cause, because it is going to be the Team TUF who are definitely going to be getting the better half. With all 4 players still surviving, and then they've got the side of Team QWERTY, a 3-man army who've been brought down to 2, but again, that revival will be given. So a 4v3 situation between these 2 teams, and Team TUF's Joker, sir, is looking like he does not want to allow the side of Team QWERTY to get away from that position. Another knock confirmed, another elimination also confirmed from the looks of it. There we go, Team QWERTY down to 1-man army. Gravity's feet have been caught, and that'll be the end of the side. But amazing run for the side of Team QWERTY, but boy oh boy, Team TUF, they definitely took this game all by themselves, because they had the control, they had the information, and they were the ones who aggressed on pretty much in every fight in that final zone.
Yeah, exactly. TUF really building onto that momentum. We saw them with a decent finish in the last match of day 1. We saw them picking up the mark in day 2 with double-digit points coming through as well. Now with the winner chicken dinner, they are going to get into prime contention of the same spot that we were talking about for Magnus. Really, that top 6 to 10 mark is becoming quite heated as these middle of the pack teams almost start to really ramp up and try to challenge for more and try to get a better spot and really separate themselves from teams like North and Quraysh, who are on the hunt for everyone who does stagnate.
Absolutely true, mate. That is definitely going to be a sigh of relief for both of these teams, in fact. Team QWERTY, of course, they are looking very comfortable on that overall standing boards, but that much more is going to be comfort level showcased and reached for the side of Team TUF. Magnus, they are, they're going to have to question the way that they made that push. I mean, they had respect in the back, then they tried to make that push through the containers. But again, same was the case for the side of TUF. TUF had what they also had the one man back, and that kind of favored Team TUF. But for the side of Team Magnus, it was just getting sandwiched. One side TUF, the other side Team QWERTY, just not favoring their position. But amazing Miramar. A lot of battles that we were a part of right off the bat. But we'll talk more about these battles. But before we do so, it is time to go on a short little break. We're going to be right back.
Go!
It's our chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, there you go. They've got the second game of the day, of day number 2 of the second Super Weekend, taken care of, where Team TUF get that chicken dinner fixes. This is looking like a very bloody lobby today, where first game, it was MetershotxSKY continuing their momentum from yesterday, and now in this game, Team TUF with amazing control of the fight, but Team QWERTY, dude, I mean, you saw that. 3-man squad is what they're playing with, but no matter the numbers advantage not in their favor, they walk away easy peasy as kings, dude.
You know, talking about the last fight, there's so much to discuss about it, but we'll get back to that in a wee bit time as we take a look at the MVP, and no other than Edgar deserves this title. I love the spread entirely coming in from TUF, the way they scattered around in those final few circles, having the map control that they wanted, and ensuring that they got the chicken dinner, but out of which Edgar was right on the top. You know, he was delivering for his team in terms of the damage dealt. You could see 1001 points of damage, and 6 eliminations shows how good this lad was.
Absolutely. I mean, as we moved on into those final moments and final zones of the game altogether, we moved on to Edgar, where we were looking at the team of Team TUF sitting at 6 elimination points, and Edgar, all by his lonesome, was sitting at 5 elimination points. So incredible play being showcased from the side of TUF indeed. And of course, his teammate, not that far behind, Joker Sir, with 5 elimination points, 1043 damage, and then comes in QWERTY. Now, again, I mean, it is just, I don't know what to even say. A 3-man strong team, is playing so very phenomenally. It's almost like Team QWERTY are playing, I mean, Gravity Destroyer and Wolverine, they're playing like, all right, Khan, we're sorry that you're not able to play with us today, but you know what? We don't miss you, mate. We're still going to be able to stick on to that top 5 position easily.
You know, if that's the case, right?
I shouldn't say that like that, of course. It's just a joke.
You know, playing without the IGL, Lakshay.
Exactly.
And one of the finest in Pakistan, QWERTY still have managed the 3rd spot. Now, that's a huge thing. It's a feat that not a lot can do. But again, we've got to consider the fact that the zone did form around power grid, right, which is just beside to where QWERTY like to drop at. And the best part is you do not have the grounders playing this time around. So every single time QWERTY does have that little bit of a breathing space, and the players of 3x Esports, they're also missing. If you remember last week's Super Weekend Miramar games, right, what used to happen was the QWERTY and the grounders used to engage in a battle early on, and then we did witness the players of 3x Esports coming in and taking over the hills, right? But these two teams not really playing sort of makes things so very easy for QWERTY, and in order to achieve their objectives. But more than that, as we take a look at the match rankings, Blotter, of course, Team TUF, I mean, considering the fact how they rotated inside the zone, how really calm they were. Now, this was not one of those teams that was absolutely just tromping in, going down, shooting and killing everyone out. They were calm. They just respected the circle, played to their basics, and here it is, the result as a chicken dinner.
Well, another few teams to bring up are going to be the names Magnus Esports, 4v Magnus sitting with 16 points from this game. They needed these points, and they've easily been able to capitalize upon the opportunity given to them. So very, very happy for their side as well. But again, this is a momentous start. Hopefully, they just keep bringing that up. In the next game, of course, we would expect these teams to bring that sort of a play style to get that much further away from that 16th position and that much more solidifying themselves in the top 8 to the top 5.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, considering how TUF played, gives us enough time right now to talk about what happened in the last fight, right? It was Team Magnus that were, approaching at Team TUF, and they had figured out the best way to do so, right? They knew that it was a 2-2 split. All they had to do was isolate the other two players, for which they had dropped a few smokes. Now, till then, the movements made by Magnus was dead perfect. But later on, what happened was Team QWERTY, which they sort of were anticipating, but were not really prepared for that. And you could clearly see, right? I mean, TUF going after North Esports, just applying that early little pressure really helped them.
That definitely did. Most certainly did. And that is something that started off right off the bat in the first few minutes of the game itself, where we do see that momentum that was required. And on the other front, talk about momentum. I mean, Magnus Esports this time around, they were damaging the rotation being showcased from the SALTxi8 for quite some time. And then finally were able to actually capitalize on the entirety of the team SALTxi8 and were able to get them eliminated. So an interesting Miramar is what we've showcased this time around, where Team H2E as well as SALTxi8, the two teams that were sitting on top of the leaderboard, were the first two to go down.
Oh yeah, I mean that is what we do want, right? It's so boring when just a few of the teams keep on winning the games. Does not really add up to the masala that I really search out for. But yeah, I think even if you've got to consider that Team Star is playing fairly well, and Team Quantum Rage again, considering the sort of a hype they've built up, they're not really able to live up to it, which is kind of an alarming situation for them. They really need to get back to their groove. But look at TUF, having the best part of the circle. No one was behind them. Everyone just ahead of them. And they had to stay away from the traffic, right? Had the perfect ridge to play around with. Did not have to worry much. Took their chances, every little opening that they did get, they capitalized. But in a few moments, we're going to see exactly what happened. This is where, Magnus had done the job, right? They had smoked off, but Team QWERTY chiming in from the backlines completely acted as spoil spots for them. But for a moment, I really felt that, QWERTY, they were looking to be in sync, but them not really using the right scopes over there. In fact, trying to go against the players of TUF with their red dot sights did not really help them with the accuracy that they were searching for. And in contrast, of course, TUF being really good in terms of their aim. There you can see in the damage graph also, it is quite well reflected.
Absolutely. I mean, they were warmed up right in the first few minutes of the game as they pushed on, and that in turn resulted in them just absolutely stopping the side of QWERTY, taking or stealing that chicken dinner away from them. And of course, we did have Magnus, who were looking comfortable, but sadly were not able to capitalize on those positions. I mean, honestly, I was looking on to Magnus's respect, and Magnus knew that there is one more team in that compound, and I thought Respect would be the dude, because he's already sitting on that flank angle. He was prone down to the ground I honestly thought he would stop QWERTY in the tracks, but he was the first one to go down. And then again, it was just an onslaught from the side of TUF and Team QWERTY, and Magnus was nowhere to be found. But with that, as we move on to the overall ranking, Team TUF still pushing up the numbers from the 10th to the 6th, and they are still not yet done. I mean, CA was talking about it in the previous games post segment that Team TUF, they've made a push, and now they've only got a few more points before they reach clarity, and yes, they have.
You know, of course, they've almost made it, right? Maybe in the next
Exactly.
game of Erangel, one more good game, and that could be the game that they were looking out for. But if we take a look at a few of the teams that are dropping places, of course, 52x rage, you know, just falling down, and you know, we can't really see FMR3D again in the first half, right? They have been thwarted off to the second half, and they're going to be experiencing steep fall from there on onwards, as we do see MetershotxSKY and Quraysh already toppling over 3x Esports. However, XGeneration is yet to sort of continue that sort of a play that you know, we were hoping from their side. But freestyle, I mean, they are really onto a free fall over here, as now they've entered into the second half. They're still losing ground, and now on the 12th spot. I mean, that is something that you know, you would not expect from a team like freestyle. They really need to, you know, sort their mess and get themselves back together and start winning games. At least a chicken dinner is gonna definitely bolster up their morale.
It is, most certainly is, and we can only keep our fingers crossed and hope that FS is able to do that. In the first game of Erangel today, we did see some changes being showcased from the drop locations from these teams, like SALTxi8 kind of changed their drop location from military base to jumping onto the main island itself. Side of FS also, I mean, we've seen freestyle, they love to go down towards that ferry pier where they get that very ranged approach as they get the vehicle, as they get the zone, or not the zone, my apologies, as they get their loot segregated. So this time around, they did not choose that ferry pier drop and jumped into, again, pretty much the center of the zone itself. And so a little bit of changes being showcased from these teams when it comes to the map of Erangel. But again, this being the second Erangel of the day, let's see if those changes are going to stick, or are they going to fall back to their root positions?
Oh, it's going to be really interesting. And another big question is, can SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY go big in this one as well? Because the last game for SALTxi8 was not really as they anticipated, and we've got to give the creds to Magnus, right? I think certainly after TUF, I really felt it was Magnus who was who were playing phenomenally well, especially, you know, it takes a lot of cojones to go after a team like SALTxi8, and they looked absolutely fearless over there, especially, you know, pushing them, finding the last player. Blade also just dropped a Molotov on him, and that is something that you need to do. That is where, you know, they had the basics right again. But SALTxi8 clearly, I mean, yeah, they're really consistent. They are the team that is on the tippity top. They still have nothing to worry about, right? I really feel that with the points that they've already accumulated for themselves, they've already made it to the finals of the PMPL. Let's even forget about the third Super Weekend. That is where we think they're going to be looking at even furthering bolster up the lead. But yeah, I think I8's primary objective has already been accomplished over there. All they need to focus now is on how well they're synergized while they're taking their fights.
Absolutely, and that again is something that we can anticipate from the side of SALTxi8. Is going to definitely showcase in the fights, and sometimes, alright, it kind of falters down because, again, not every battleground is going to be yours, and that's absolutely fair and square. But overall, the experience that this team has under their hood, it is definitely going to be favoring them. And like you said, we can definitely kind of write it down in stone that this team are already part of the finals. There's nothing stopping them from doing so. The conversation thus leads us down towards the other teams who are now trying to make that sort of a resurgence from the side of Magnus, from the side of Team TUF. It is close, but is it a bit too late? Is it still possible? I mean, we've got teams who play in the Super Weekend for the first time altogether itself. We've got North Esports, who had a wonderful start to the Super Weekend, but day number 2 has kind of dried out a little bit for their gameplay. But again, it is just still too early. 2 games done, 3 games still remain on day number 2 of the second Super Weekend right here. And of course, match number 3, Erangel, is going to be on our screens with the flight path starting all the way from south, from the military base, taking us all the way northwest to shooting range. So now, Fixes, I would want to ask you, dude, what sort of a zone would you want to be looking forward to in this game?
You know, to be honest, I've had enough of the Eastern extreme circles, right? I think this is high time that we're going to be looking at maybe a shooting range zone, maybe somewhere around the northwestern Georgia Paul cities, or if my wishes can be granted, I would love to see something around Zarki. Now, I am a believer. I think you know, we still have a long way to go, and we get to see this really ridiculous circles only in the Pakistan region. So I'm not going to be surprised if you know, my wishes shall be granted. But for now, I think no changes being made by any of those teams in terms of where they intend to drop, because this particular fight part really helps the teams, you know, getting to their desired drop locations where they kind of tend to always go. I think nothing really out of ordinary we have witnessed so far, but let's see, you know, where the zone gets formed.
Absolutely, and again, when it comes down to the teams known for their drop locations, we do have the side of TUF Clarity going down for that Giorgio. We've got TMW going for the Zarki, along with Team Star in the north going to Saverny, and 52X Rage will slowly make their way into Stalberg, along with Quantum making their way to Yasnaya. So once again, I mean, all the teams drop into their known drop locations, pretty comfortable, nothing out of the ordinary, as so perfectly mentioned by Fixers right now. But the zone is where things are going to get a little trickier, not necessarily as of now, because this is a pretty standard zone being showcased onto the western flank. But it could get interesting if, as Fixers did predict, maybe the zone pushes on to the north. Maybe the zone takes us all the way to Giorgio. Now, that is when I am definitely going to be interested in looking at what Clarity does. But never mind, that's still a speculative question to even answer. It is too far off. But now, this is not too far off. The first blood situation is not too far off, where it seems that Giorgio is being contested a little bit. Not Giorgio is being contested with the XGeneration choosing to jump around the vicinity of Clarity. So an interesting play where we do know Clarity love to have that two-man split, North and South Giorgio, but now, North Giorgio, we've got XGeneration, South Giorgio, we've got Team TUF. Okay, a little bit of play being showcased from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, for now it is it has to be strictly about looting, right? No monkey business out here for any of these teams. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting as to how Clarity sort of tackle the situation, because it's such a huge split for them. Now, Drolin and Zibian are all by the lonesome, and the way they are moving, I really feel that at a certain point, you know, if the players charge at Drolin's direction, Zibian might not be able to provide that cover fire, right? Now, this is where I think XGeneration need to get the basic loot done and need to find out where exactly the players of Clarity are and dish out some early damage.
Absolutely. I mean, they must have noticed that as they were dropping with the parachutes, they must have noticed that, again, one or two of the opponents have jumped down into the vicinity of that position that is going to be XGeneration's compound. And, of course, that same can be the question for the side of Clarity as well. So just the wait game and the patience game is what we are going to have to take, because still, as of now, all the teams just 3.5-4 minutes into the game are going to be trying to get that loot sorted for themselves. SALTxi8, the team that got eliminated in the first in the previous game, first on the 16th position, this time around going to go to their default drop of military. And again, I mean, there's nothing stopping this team from getting their name known and taken on the fights again and again. So again, a very standard play from the sort of SALTxi8 being showcased. On the other front for Clarity, this is not necessarily cause for concern because they're on that 5th spot, but they can maybe do better. But this is a conversation that, again, me and CA actually had. So CA was mentioning that, you know, this being the second weekend, super weekend, these teams are still going to be playing it safe, right? And then in the third super weekend, we expect the teams to go absolutely YOLO, where they would know who are the teams who are definitely going to be jumping into the finale. What do you think?
You know, I certainly agree with you, but, you know, I've got to add on a few more things, right? We still do have prize money dedicated to your positions, how you end during the league stages. So it's going to be interesting, right? If, you know, few of the teams decide to play a little bit more seriously to get a you know, bigger chunk. But majority of it is something that they're going to earn during the finals only, right? So finals has to be the primary objective. And after you do that, I think that is when you can start off collecting money for yourself, because you know it's over a crore Pakistani rupees that is on the line. So all the teams are going to be definitely interested, you know, getting a large chunk out of it. And for all the new viewers out there, if you get a winner chicken dinner during the super weekends, you're still getting $500. So that's a huge price. But taking a look at how teams are rotating, right? None of them have really made it inside the circle as of now. SALTxi8, they want to rotate a little early. It's something that's pretty much visible. But what I'm really worried about is the eastern traffic, right? We do have Quraysh, we do have 4VTFT, we do have MetershotxSKY, we have QWERTY, we have Quantum Rage, 52x Rage, all, you know, wanting to move inside the circle along with Star. Now, the moment they tend to do that, you know, especially a team like Quantum Rage, the moment they sort of disregard TmwEsports' presence over school and apartments, you know, now that is definitely gonna spell trouble for them.
It would, definitely would, but I would take out the names of 52x as well as Metershot, because we know that they are going to be sticking out in the blue zone, making their party happen. And then once these teams are finally into the zone, finally move on to the second zone, that's when we can maybe anticipate the side of 52 and Metershot maybe deciding to, all right, now it's time to just jump into the zone. But again, that, as you so perfectly mentioned, is definitely an opportunity for the side of Quantum to be able to capitalize upon if they decide to make that rotation towards the position that, of course, TmwEsports is finding themselves. That's going to be towards the school apartment region. But for now, the blue zone definitely catching up to these teams, as you so perfectly named. And now it is going to be time for them to start making that decision to make a rush and push into the zone. If so, from which direction and how? And if not, then, well, then again, it's absolutely fine, because this is only 7 minutes into the game. And for now, we are going to be greeted with Team H2E alongside Team QWERTY, and Khan is back. All right, so for the third game, or rather from the third game onwards perhaps, Khan is back into the lineup of Team QWERTY, and of course this is going to be given a big boost and more maybe for their gameplay. But again, without Khan also nothing was taken away from the side of Team QWERTY. But now with the 4-man army 2,000 meters away from the zone, they're maybe going to be that much more stronger, we shall have to say.
Yeah, of course. I mean, with Khan, he's always been an asset and less of a liability for the team, right? Regarded as one of the best IGLs of the recent region, you would expect nonetheless from him. But yeah, considering how he's been playing in the past, a lot of people might speculate that he might not be as deadly as he was. That is not the case. You know, he's still playing his usual self. It is the other teams, Lakshay, that have really improved, right? The other teams that have understood how to take the fight, the other teams that are improvising every day with their style of play. But this is really interesting, and I'm kind of keen to see where the next circle shift is going to be, because we're already witnessing the players of TUF. They've taken over the Mountain Everest over there with well, Magnus just right below them, with Clarity also making a move. So we might get to see a little bit of kerfuffle around that area, as H2E, they're trying to rotate around, but they're getting shot at. And well, we'll keep them out of harm's way, as TmwEsports wanted to dish out some damage, but all they have managed to succeed at is just thwart them off from their territory.
Absolutely. Let their information, or rather give away their information as to what compound are they going to be in, and that is going to be all that TmwEsports is going to be able to get out of that position and situation. On the other front, it seems like Team QWERTY is going to be so very close to the rotation being made from the side of Quantum Rage, where both the teams, as soon as they start taking the fights, this is where MetershotxSKY could very well jump in as a third-party approacher and take both of them down, or maybe get a few elimination points for their side itself. We shall have to see if they stop their tracks, and yes, they do. It is going to be Gravity stopped in his tracks. Not entirely sure what he was doing. The sad turn of events for the side of Team QWERTY, as Quantum Rage get their first elimination point right here.
Oh yeah, I mean, Quantum Rage, a decent start for them, and losing out on Gravity is not going to be a good sign for Team QWERTY, right? One of the primary assaulters that they've been nurturing so long, and we really can't blame him, right? He was just traversing around, and this is something that we did anticipate. You know, a few of the teams rotating at the same time. It is inevitable that they will collide, as Freestyle, the team that I'm really concerned about. You know, lately they've been my favorites, and Tyrant has finally shown up. Does go get the knock on Snow, but instantly at the same time a little complacent about Quraysh's position, as Money, he's gonna be the one punishing Wasi. Has found a knock on him, and well, it looks like Freestyle had initially decided to cut their losses, but it is going to be Bilal who gets a knock and on the head from this far. Wow.
Dude, Quraysh Esports, when they see an opponent, they do not let that opponent go out away that easy. And that is something that this time around, Freestyle are, of course, experiencing the wrath of Quraysh. Not necessarily what they wanted, but of course now Tyrant and FS Black, the two dudes who are remaining for FS, not being able to give that sort of a cover, not being able to give any support to their teammates, are going to have to stay away from this position. But now it seems like Quraysh Esports Mani, he has gotten an idea based on that vehicle as well as the smoke that has been popped, that there are a few teams around that vicinity, and that's going to be the side of North Esports, wherein both these teams playing their first Super Weekend, they need those points, but which team will be able to get them blocked? And Quantum, my apologies, they are on a different spray. As we did see earlier, they were completely able to stop Team QWERTY's Gravity's rotation and caught him by surprise. I mean, 3 vehicles stopping right in front of you, that's just like ganging up, and there was no way Gravity was able to get away from there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance on earth that he could, right? He did lose out on his life, and Wasi and Malik, of course, quite unfortunate for Freestyle. Clearly, had other intentions. It was really something that they had not thought of, that Quraysh is gonna pounce upon them, get those knocks, capitalize on the situation when they are looking elsewhere. But in the meanwhile, the players of North Esports have managed to knock down Money, and now going after Bilal. The moment this buggy explodes, he's gonna get taken down. But before that, Maxi connecting that headshot will ensure that Quraysh takes some heavy damage.
Well, this is what North Esports were waiting for, and they definitely are trying to capitalize on that position where they've got exactly the team, their opponent, right in their crosshairs. And there we go, Bilal is being spotted. Come on, Maxi, you got this, and he is going to take on the shots, but Buggy is definitely kind of helping Bilal stay alive, but perhaps not too long, because indeed he's all by his lonesome out in the open, and with that, this team of North Esports will be able to accumulate 2 elimination points for their side. Quraysh were looking A-okay as they got those elimination points against FS, but not for long, because they themselves are now at the receiving end. But FS out in the open without a vehicle, not looking good. FS Black has been dropped. Tyrant, the only man surviving, but thankfully 52x Rage did not stop. They're just going to completely move on across, and this means FS Black will probably be able to get that revival.
Oh, but look at Maxi, North Esports, they have really been connecting their shots. Does have his eyes over onto its Pharaoh as Faster also is going to close in, and 52x Rage, they're going to try and revive the squad mate. But for Quraysh now reduced in terms of their numbers, as Zameen gets yet another knock onto its Faster, and is that the whole squad wipe? Yes, it is, as the final kill is taken by Reviews as he takes down Faster, as SALTxi8 now shift their attention towards North Esports, who do not have a lot of ground to play around with. Now they have lobbed the smokes, but they need to get out of the situation quickly, because this is the 3rd circle, Lakshay, and the 4th circle, it's bound to get away from them. Now if SALTxi8 can particularly get a knock, I think there's high chances that they're gonna go in for the push.
That is possible. That is definitely possible. The 4-man squad of SALTxi8 are very much in control of the information, but right behind them is a hill where we did see Clarity's players sticking around as well. So the more noise that SALTxi8 ends up making, the more they could attract the players of Clarity, where they could maybe bring SALTxi8's players down from that water tower that he's on top of. With that, as we move on to the replay, it is going to be North Esports' player definitely taking on the spray and completely stopping down 52x Rage's rotation. In doing so, they've already accumulated 5 elimination points for their side. Definitely every single game that pushes on along, North Esports are getting decent points, but this time they are definitely going to be caught a little bit with their pants down, as you say, and we shall see if they'll be allowed to walk away in that shameful position.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be very interesting if they like themselves in that condition. But right now, I mean, it's going to be important to see how Star respond, because Quantum Rage are on the lower ground and they're going after 4BTFT, clearly giving the position away. But this is the shift that we were talking about, an eastern shift all the way over here, as Adil keeps on, continues with the spray, does not get the knock. However, now he knows he's got to make a long rotation, right? SALTxi8 in such a commanding position, but it's going to be really interesting, Lakshay. Who is the team that's going to enter first from the northern side?
Absolutely, because right now, if we look onto the map itself, well, again, viewers cannot, but I definitely can, and we are looking at the side of Team Star. That is going to be so very close. Same is the case for the side of Team QWERTY as well. So from north, we could definitely anticipate their side. From eastern flank, we've already got MetershotxSKY, who are composing and absolutely containing that position of the zone. But as of now, these teams are going to be trying to make that rotation from the from the western front, where there is just absolute traffic and chaos and fish market be created, because so many teams are around in the vicinity. But look at this, Team QWERTY's Destroyer has absolutely no idea. Or hold on, he might have gotten that audio cue, and that's all thanks to Magnus jumping into this position. Otherwise, it was Quantum Rage's kill.
Oh, what on earth is really happening over here? It's chaos all around as Edgar, fighting between life and death, just passes right in front of XGeneration's players as Zameen. Oh, this is a huge blunder, just coming out of smoke right out in the open. That's something that he was not supposed to do, and he's gonna take the brunt of things, as he's not gonna just get shot down by the players of XGeneration. It's also the players of SALTxi8 who are applying pressure at them from the eastern side. Now, TmwEsports, stuck between a rock and a hard place, having not a lot of choices. Let's see how they get themselves out of the situation, as Bashir does manage to chip away Avengers HP through those vehicles. Because ideally they should have flattened out the tires before having the vehicle bursted, ensuring that they do not get shot from at the legs, right? And in these heated situations, it really tends to happen that players kind of tend to omit such a minuscule thing, and later on we'll have to pay the price. As there you can see another fight just breaking out, as QWERTY going up against Quantum Rage. Khan managing to knock down Sirius as he gets one more. I believe it's Wolfrey doing all the damage from the backlines, as Khan has finally been taken down. As Destroyer, he's gonna get the final man, and Quantum Rage, they Team QWERTY, they survive, and Quantum Rage, well, they are wiped out from the face of planet Earth, at least in this lobby.
All thanks to Destroyer, just keeping his prey on point and, of course, helping his teammates. But now it is going to be him who needs to get that revival done and get those numbers working in Team QWERTY's favor on the other front. As we move on through to the edge of the zone and the western front, we do have, well, northern front, we've got Team QWERTY and Quraysh taking on this fight, where Team QWERTY have been given that revival, but Quraysh Esports are the OP, and SALTxi8, they are holding on this position. They are holding on the spot, and very close to the vicinity is the team in purple, and that is going to be, I believe, Magnus. So a tricky situation that Team QWERTY finds themselves in. Quraysh, well, for now, they're looking okay. But again, this is all out in the open, so third parties definitely can be anticipated against them as well.
Oh yeah, but look at SALTxi8 make the move, as Crypto is just going to charge at Harry's direction. Doing the right job. Bait and switch plays what they intended, but Harry somehow has survived, but not for long, as Crypto will enter in and get that finish. And what an amazing player he's been, right, so far. His start was a little bit slow, but he really caught the pace from the first Super Weekend itself, and has never stopped ever since. As reviews, he still has his eyes set at TUF's direction, or maybe he could just take down the players of TmwEsports, as they are slowly but surely creeping at his direction. But the question remains, Lakshay, is he aware?
Yes.
Indeed, he wasn't. Got a little, overconfident over there, did not pay much attention to TmwEsports, and has to pay the price, as he walks out in the open, does get taken down, and this time by Crypto, as Avenger will get another trade onto its blade.
Well, this is something that SALTxi8 definitely could not have predicted or anticipated. Now it is Avenger OP getting his nade parade started, and the party is going to be on to the face of SALTxi8, where the nades are definitely coming in, and Crypto trying to help his teammate, trying to get that revival, but of course Avenger OP will definitely not allow that. He'll get the 6th elimination point for his teammate. Esports are on a run to get the elimination points racked up as quickly as they possibly can, but of course it is SALTxi8 that they're up against, a 3-man army of SALTxi8, with Crypto being the man who is bringing on that forefront knocks and blows to NES. Will this man be able to deliver? Because again, I mean, Avenger OP, he's not looking too good when it comes down to his health, but Crypto along with his teammate have decided to get away from this position, and that of course will mean that for now it is going to be SALTxi8 sticking their numbers into 3-man army, but MetershotxSKY getting performed and outperformed from their competition, and it's going to be H2E also take it again. I mean, there are so many incredible fights all across the board from one fight to the next as we push on through. It is team H2E against team Star, as well as a third party from TUF. Bonkers. My mind is all over the place with these fights, dude, but now we can kind of calm down. 9 teams remaining. Team Star left to a 2-man squad with the 2-man sticking their neck in that small little shack at the edge. Quraysh Esports have been eliminated. SALTxi8, as we did see a couple of minutes ago, have been able to manage to get away from that position, and Esports have been damaged with the 2 players remaining. Of course, SALTxi8 know exactly where they're at, and the nade parade being showcased should be the demise of them both. Well, one of them definitely goes down. That's going to be Maxi. So Avenger OP, again, all of this shoulder pressure goes on to him as to what can he do all by his lonesome.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting, but you know, this is the point where a lot of teams have already taken their exit as MetershotxSKY. They still do have all their 4 players alive, and you know, they do not have a single kill registered to their name, as Crypto continues his onslaught as he does eliminate the final player of Esports. Avenger OP taking an exit as Kian, he spots out Danny's legs, and there you go, few precise shots really, and managing to succeed, lands a headshot towards the very end in order to get a knock. But this is going to be another fight. SALTxi8 pushing at Clarity's direction. Let's see how do Clarity retaliate to this, because Drawlin, he's getting a shot from the backlines. It is the players of MetershotxSKY who are dishing out that damage.
Absolutely, MetershotxSKY are taking on 2 individual fights right now, and it is going to be, of course, SALTxi8 who are going to jump into the fight as well. But now it seems like SALTxi8 have their crosshairs set away from Clarity and towards the players of Metershot, and that in turn will give the breathing space that Clarity definitely required and given them the edge that was needed. But SALTxi8 have jumped into the entire market of this chaos that has been created, and of course they also have to give that revival, so the fights kind of slow down. But once again, it is going to be the side of the north. If you look, we've got the yellow dots, and that's going to be the side of TUF. Right behind them we still do have 4v-TFD's player Leon, and of course this is where he could also chime in along to bring a little bit of damage. Never mind that, Crypto will completely stop that dude in his tracks with that 5 teams remaining, and Metershot now making that Russian push with only 1 elimination confirmed for them up until now.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how SALTxi8 well, capitalize on a situation that they have already. Trying Crypto will find a virus instead, as TUF was slowly but surely trying to sneak at their direction, and they were just caught out in the open ground. Right beside Team TUF, we do find Team Star, who are also willing to come in and try and take the fight. But it's going to be really interesting as to how MetershotxSKY, they're gonna start performing, right? Yesterday we had the final 2 games, the chicken dinners being won by MetershotxSKY as well, the final game and the first one for today's evening. So they were sort of on a hot streak, right? 2 Erangel win and potential win in this one could get themselves a hat-trick Erangel victory, I must say. You know, the best for numbers, as Crypto managing to find out the players of Team Star, and he does dish out some good amount of damage. But look at the circle shift, Lakshay. It's absolutely favoring SALTxi8.
Well, SALTxi8, this is just being handed to them right now. It's just the numbers advantage that's not in their favor, because on the other front, for the side of Metershot, it is definitely going to be favoring them as well as Clarity, as both these teams are sitting strong with 4 players surviving. But as far as those elimination points are concerned, both of them have only 1 confirmed for their side. And again, when it comes to the positioning of it, SALTxi8, they've got this covered absolutely perfectly, because they are in the comfort of the warehouse, whereas for the side of Metershot, things are not looking too good, because from one side, it's basically a love triangle that's been created between these 3 teams, and the 4th one is just sitting duck outside.
Oh yeah, it's going to be interesting as to what he has to offer. But at the same time, what I'm really scared about is SALTxi8. They're going to be pushed from 2 directions. If that happens, if MetershotxSKY can capitalize on the situation and just wait for the players of SALTxi8 to fall down and then make a push, I do not know if that was the best decision inside the game. But still, I think the intention quite to wipe the other out. No respect shown in the battlegrounds, as SALTxi8 will get a beautiful head out of Crypto.
Well, that was so on point. That was absolutely pristine, precise, controlled shot. But now it is going to be MetershotxSKY who are going to be jumping into the action, going to be jumping out of their chaotic play that they were creating with the smoke wall, and now out in the open they're going to be creating some mayhem and chaos against the players of Team Star, along with Clarity choosing to jump into the warehouse of Team SALTxi8. But boy oh boy, Team SALTxi8 are not going to be able to stand strong, because it is the numbers advantage that Clarity favored for their side. With that, Clarity are now going to be in the comfort of the compound. Along with that, when it comes to the MetershotxSKY, as soon as the smoke is gone, they are going to be in the brunt of it all. With that, 3 teams remaining, 3-man strong is going to be MetershotxSKY, still 2-man army is going to be Team Star, and of course Clarity. Now things are looking very much in control, and this game ought to be theirs.
I mean, it's gotten so much more exciting, because all I can really say over here is Drolin managing to spot out Ash, takes a few shots at him, but it is SALTxi8 who's been finding some amazing knocks for his team. And Drolin getting knocked out in that particular situation certainly does not help Clarity's causes, right? As they keep on continuing with that bombardment. Of course, after defeating them, they would want to also get the chicken dinner. But they know if there's one team that can take them down, has to be Team Clarity over here. As the players of MetershotxSKY push in finally, and there you go. Both of them just being shredded apart, and QWERTY Esports take a bow at the 3rd spot.
Absolutely. With that, we've got 2 teams remaining. MetershotxSKY with a 3-man army against the 2-man squad of Team Star. But now Team Star have the upper edge if they're able to just completely pinch it down Team Star. Well, never mind, because Metershot knew exactly where they're at. Ash getting a perfect nade setup. Hunk goes down. A 1-man squad is going to be what Team Star is left with. And with that, all of these 3 players, as they try and take this fight to the face of Emerge, it is going to be nade parading through and through, and in doing so, a lot of damage being showcased. And in the end, of course, Metershot walk away with another Erangel chicken dinner. Amazing play from the side of MetershotxSKY, where they, not only this team, Clarity also, they held that position for such a long time. As we moved into this fight, both these teams, Metershot as well as Clarity, were looking at only 1 elimination point, right? But again, patience paid off, as they are, $500 more comfortable in the bank.
Oh yeah, I mean, MetershotxSKY, I think it's all about the money for these lads. They know that they finally found the groove. They know how to tangle right now against the other squads. Especially, I believe they've sort of cracked the code in Erangel, because back-to-back 3 hat-tricks in their Erangel matches. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an overall hat-trick, right? Where you consecutively win 3 matches in a row. But if you talk about just the map of Erangel, yes, MetershotxSKY, they have earned themselves this amazing hat-trick chicken dinner for themselves. Extra $500 also being added to their purse, of which they're going to be really happy about, right? But
they have to be.
Yeah, of course. And for most of the time, right, I think again the circle did bless them with a really good shift towards the end, because MetershotxSKY, again, one of those teams that likes to sort of rotate a little bit later. But the circle taking that radical eastern shift, that is where the game really changed. I really felt that SALTxi8 was in a good position to contest, up and unless the fact that Team Clarity pushed at the direction, and we're gonna talk about that a lot more, but after.
Go.
It's your chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Wow, see, again, that little phone over there, not really little, huge, in fact, filled and packed with performance loaded in the Oppo F21 Pro, right? You guys want to check that one out and get that for yourselves, as it is launching on the 11th of April. As we're gonna take a look at MetershotxSKY this time, of course. Ash being the MVP, and MetershotxSKY, now they're one of those teams here. I think they do not believe in for causing a lot of violence. They're the ones, they stay till the end. Whoever survives, they're sort of the scavengers, so as to speak, right? And Ash is nonetheless, 3 finishes, all that he could get. But NorthEsports had been causing a lot of noise in this game.
Ash, a bit of a technical issue from my side, but I was just saying, Fixes, like, it seems like the day of the Ash, almost, where match 1 we had 4v TFDs, Ash able to pick up the winner check, the MVP, and then right now we have the Ash from MetershotxSKY picking up that MVP. But I think more than anything, it's a tale of MetershotxSKY really on that meteoric rise. They picked up 2 chicken dinners already today, and they are looking like a team that is just erupting in from that momentum they established at the end of yesterday.
I think more than the eliminations, I mean, if you're getting a chicken dinner with 7 finishes, I would take that with open arms, right? Along with them, we do have Team Star to talk about over here, who have clearly been outplayed in every single department. Of course, Team Star did accrue quite a lot of points for themselves, and there you can see, right, 4 eliminations, having a top 4 finish, really helping their cause in this particular game. But MetershotxSKY clearly just it was that last circle shift that we witnessed, not exactly the last, but the curveball that we keep constantly talking about, shifting towards the eastern side, where, the players of MetershotxSKY were so well stationed, right? They had the perfect ridges, they had the perfect covers. All they had to do was let the other teams fight it out, and once they had their opening, they just went in, and that is quite reflected even in the match summary as well.
Yeah, exactly. Really, MetershotxSKY dominating that lobby all in, all out, and really Erangel domination at this point, right? Because when you think about it, match 5, day 1, Erangel, chicken dinner. Match 1, day 2, Erangel, chicken dinner. Match 3, day 3 here, Erangel. Again, a chicken dinner for MetershotxSKY. It's not a conventional hat-trick fixes, but a hat-trick in those Erangels itself. So clearly MetershotxSKY, they've managed to use this Super Weekend as a huge boost, and I think after this chicken dinner will be in direct contest for those top 2, top 3 slots.
Oh yeah, I mean they're certainly getting there because again they've managed to collect 22 points over here, and SALTxi8 is sort of a similar storyline, right, of the 6th match of this Super Weekend that we got to witness the previous Erangel, right? I think it was again 1-2 for MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8, but Star, I think they've certainly been one of the revelations for the evening this Super Weekend, also playing up to optimal potential. QWERTY also along with TmwEsports. Now MetershotxSKY this time they realize, trying to hide, trying to play a little safe, that's not their way to go, right? Rather we can go right at the faces of our opponents, take them down, get a lot of kills. As a result, they find themselves at the 6th spot.
Yeah, MetershotxSKY really stepping up the aggression in that matter, and really I think TUF and MetershotxSKY are 2 teams to note besides MetershotxSKY today, have had a phenomenal performance and are really climbing up the charts. But 2 teams that are quite the opposite of them in that regard are actually Freestyle and TMW. Just not getting the boost they need and really continuing to fall down the charts in their respective positions on the rankings. They really need a bit of a turn the table, flip the script sort of game. Maybe one player can turn up and be the X factor.
Yeah, of course. But then again, see it, right? I completely agree with what you just said. They have to bring in the heat. They have to have that one single player, stepping things up. But so far, it's looking a little murky for them. As we take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments as we head in along, more than the match, my eyes are glued to that orange finish, right? I'm gonna definitely have my hands on them for sure. But once it launches, and it's going to be 11th April when it is going to launch in Pakistan. But this game, so far had all been about how the circle really panned out, right? Considering the fact how the circle was, how the circle originated, we really thought that it's going to be somewhere around the Gatka areas. Then there was a certain slight speculation where we thought that maybe it's going to go towards the northwest, but this was again a breath of fresh air, right? Going towards the southeast rather, and all the teams that had rotated around earlier were sort of bamboozled, and they had to get in. And in doing that, they got caught off guard and were wiped out one after the other.
Oh, most definitely. And at that point, really, it felt like a lot of teams had the opportunity. You can see even with respect to the circle, SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY, it's very much within that mark. But even for a second, I thought maybe QWERTY could come into the picture. Maybe we see that QWERTY resurgence the way we saw in day 1 as well of the Super Weekend, but it did not happen. MetershotxSKY held on strong, played those fights beautifully, just poking and prodding continuously while still holding on to their 4-man strength.
Oh yeah, I mean this is where they just did not trouble SALTxi8. Also, pull the living hell out of QWERTY as well. But there you can see the final kill coming on towards QWERTY, as they knew, they had to go after Team Star, and yeah, I think they were quite happy. Getting that second finish for themselves, Team Star as well. But here are the laughing faces, rather smiling faces of the players of MetershotxSKY. And, a lot of people, including me, might consider, this team a little bit on the defensive side. But this time, they've done pretty well in terms of the damage graph.
Oh, most definitely. MetershotxSKY, it really looks like that momentum in Erangel especially is climbing on every note, where we saw meager finishes from them in the first Erangel. We saw them climbing up on that much stronger in the second, now onto the third with a dominant display in terms of that damage, picking up the chicken dinner yet again. And really starting to look like a team that is trying to disrupt that top 5 mark, and I think might have done so. But QWERTY with that top 3 performance as well will be trying to hold on in that regard. But one thing is for certain, Fixes, H2E, they haven't had the greatest of days today, and that is allowing SALTxi8 to really separate themselves in that top 2 fight.
Yeah, I think SALTxi8 they're doing a decent job, and every single game they come in. At least Erangel has improved for them by far margins, right? Especially at least in the Pakistani lobbies. I'm yet to draw any conclusions of what happens in the South Asian lobbies. But for now, as we take a look at the overall rankings, of course, SALTxi8 they are slowly building up the gap against Team H2E, but Team QWERTY they have sort of established that third spot for themselves as Quantum Ridge. We are again witnessing that little bit of a fall from their side as MetershotxSKY. Now they are starting to contend for the top 5, right? With
Yeah.
another chicken dinner now at 180 points. Now if they get another chicken in the map of Erangel, that is going to happen after the map of Sanhok, then we're looking at them, possibly ending at top 3 by the end of today's evening.
Oh, most definitely. And I think talking about the way today's evening might end, I think for XGeneration and TMW, but it looks unlikely for TMW. So at least for XGeneration, the goal is going to be to try and get past 3x Esports at the end of this day. Because if you don't, then it's going to become very unlikely that you're even able to contest teams like Regicide or even think about teams like FMXR3D. Whereas on the other hand, North, they're making consistent strides, will most definitely unseat Regicide in that position and set their sights on not just FMXR3D, but potentially even the Grounders at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, right now for XGeneration, I think they were looking really promising yesterday, right?
Yeah.
If you take a look at how they were playing, they were very aggressive. They were holding on to good spots. Their IGLing was absolutely on point. They made all the right decisions. They were not really on the better side of getting all those chicken dinners, but whatsoever, I think they really picked themselves up, right? That's something that I really loved about XGeneration. But yeah, I think we did witness a little bit of a slower pace from their side, the way they've been playing. I was certain that by the third game, they're going to topple over 3x, but that did not happen as we take a look at the schedule, as it is high time that we get ourselves into the map of Sanhok, a map that has always sort of been out of the blue. A lot of teams have struggled in this particular matchup. But SALTxi8 somehow always were really strong in this particular map.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think coming into Sanhok, I want to see if that trend continues that we saw yesterday where SALTxi8 almost picked up a free second dinner, because of the number of heal battles that were going on with the sole remaining members. Now, that was directly influenced by some heavy fights going on in the mid game. So I wonder if teams will try to upset that by just going aggressive from the very start. And I wonder how that Paradise Resort drop contestation is going to play out this time, because last time around 52x Rage actually upset the flow. They got the first pick and they forced MetershotxSKY on from out of there. But today MetershotxSKY, they're looking damn strong.
Yeah, but yeah, of course. And MetershotxSKY clearly high on spirits. Sanhok has not really been their go-to map, considering the fact that they've been wiped out right at the very start more often than not by the players of 52x Rage. And it's going to be an interesting affair again today, but that's going to happen once we get it. But because of that, little ripple effect was formed, right? MetershotxSKY, they got out, then they were eventually taken down. A lot of teams also, were out of their desired drop locations. We did witness a lot of early on fights, but the circle, that is something that we really loved. SALTxi8 did capitalize on that. But I'm kind of curious. I really want to see maybe a northern circle this time, because it's been a while. We've seen the western circle a lot. We are witnessing nowadays the default southern circle. We did see the eastern circle yesterday. Maybe it's high time for a northern circle, and hope the gods of PUBG Mobile grant it to us.
Yeah, exactly. That hope will most certainly maybe come true, is what I'm expecting, because today has been a day of a lot more standard circles. It has been a day where teams are allowed to play much more of their simple playstyle, where they are contesting on the note that they want to play on. They are able to dictate the pace at which the game is ensuing. And it has meant that we're getting to see a lot more interesting fights in those rotational aspects, where we see the flight path coming out from the Camp Alpha Island all the way towards Kampong. And again, eyes on Paradise Resort fixes. Will MetershotxSKY finally get the better of 52x Rage or not, we'll have to see.
Yeah, as our questions are about to get answered, for TFD, I love this little shrine split from their side, right? Holding on to the Western Islands, and every single time, the circle heads to the west, it is a guaranteed chicken dinner if you sort of play your cards right. But North Esports, quite interesting, sort of rotation coming in from their side. Excited to see what's going to happen, but it's a certain circle that has formed right in front of us as Bashir. He's going to make a run for his life as he's going up against TMW, a team that has certainly been invisible in the Super Weekend. Still, wondering how to make their strides, and this could be a fresh new start inside this game because it's the map of Sanhok, and Marlega does seem to draw the first blood.
Yeah, we see a definite fight erupting in the start. It's actually two of the teams towards that bottom of the standings right now. XGeneration and TMW trying to get off to a strong start while dealing a heavy blow to their opposition. And it seems like it is TMW which are in the win so far, with the XGeneration already having dropped a member. But we've seen this case with different teams in MetershotxSKY and 52x Rage, where when MeterShot used to get the first kill, it was 52x Rage who would end up winning. And I wonder if that trend will continue on in this fight. Can XGeneration pull a back 3v4?
Oh, it's going to be exciting to see if they can actually do that. But for now, Panda, he's not revealing himself, right? He's still hiding one with the nature. As Team TMW, I'm starting to wonder if they have any idea. They do have a Panda who, had this little bush been a little bit taller, we could have drawn the bamboo analogy. But, well, that's for another day, because TMW seem to have no intention of engaging in this fight as, MetershotxSKY. What happened to 52x Rage? Did they just get out of here? No, rather they've changed the drop location. They've gone all the way towards Mong Nai.
Yeah, quite interesting right there from MetershotxSKY. Maybe some preparation being put to try and change the way they play Sanhok so they can get better results in it as a cube. Really, what I am starting to notice is where in that situation where we would say 52x Rage and MetershotxSKY have that scuffle, if it did end up happening, one of them would get some really clean access to this circle that has formed, a southern circle coming through in Sanhok. And really, again, my eyes immediately go towards those small compounds along the bridges fixes. One of those compounds usually comes into play in the later halves, but we'll save that conversation for later because it's back to our early fight. XGeneration, they are turning the tables around 3v4.
Oh yeah, they certainly are, as JD has managed to get the second knock as well. And XGeneration, certainly this could be the game that they were eyeing out for, as TMW did intend on a water rotation. Clearly just, I do not know. These sort of bad decisions really sort of show that you're kind of feeling a little bit flimsy in terms of what you're trying to do, because it's not right? These are still early phases of the game, and you can't really justify why you're taking the waterways, and that too understanding that there are teams that are always going to be around you. So that's one of those things that maybe they really have to work upon, as does have a QBU Thug, so precise, and gets a knock, eyeing out for the finish. Hasn't yet succeeded.
Look at this TMW. They're trying to be sneaky. Get the revive on, but Maliga MVP, he will be taken out. So currently the advantage has flipped. It's a 3v2 fight in favor of XGeneration, and they will do their best to turn this into a fight where not only do they succeed, but they deal a heavy blow to the team that is right below them. Thug will find yet another knock, leaving Big Boss stranded with Harry now. Thug, one perfectly cooked nade could end TMW right here, right now. He's setting it up. Will he land it?
No. It's going to be the answer, as Quraysh Money gets a big fish out here. Does take down the life of Crypto. Has him bruised bruised and bleeding, as he will, of course, get the confirmation, as well as we could clearly see Bilal, his partner. He's sort of backing off a little bit, maybe for trying to form a different flank angle, as Uzum has been spotted. Now this is the moment that Bilal has been waiting for, as Uzum has no idea as to where he is.
Oh, look at this. So sneaky right now. Bilal trying to make it work, though. If he doesn't play this play clearly, we've seen SALTxi8 turn it around. The backup comes through from Mani. He's down reviews, and suddenly SALTxi8 under some serious trouble fixes.
Oh yeah, they certainly are, and SALTxi8, not really the kind of rotation that they would have wanted, as Uzum and Blade are the two players surviving, and Quraysh Esports have no intentions of letting them go scot-free, as we do see another team in the fray as well. It is the players of Freestyle who have chimed in, as Star are out on a vacation in their boat.
Oh no, it's the rotations fixes. It's the rotations. Yeah. Will it curse Team Star? We'll have to see. Right now though, it does seem to be the case where Team Star in general should be safe temporarily. But for how long, we'll have to see. Now, a lot of the teams are concentrated actually around those bridge areas, trying to get some early control of the compounds. So it does leave the edges of the circle quite free, which makes it unlikely that we're going to see any other fights erupt anytime soon. Teams just waiting for that next circle to come through before they start contesting with each other. And such has become the trend, with Pakistan starting to get a lot more clean and cautious with the way they take the fights.
Oh yeah, it's gonna get really interesting head on onwards, but XGeneration did get the better out of Team TmW, who certainly felt a lot lost, right? Yeah. Because, you know, at such a higher stage, you're not supposed to do things like this, right? I mean, if you're trying to jump around, try to, you know, have fun, just splash around the waters, you're bound to get finished off. And TmW really needs to work out on that, how they position themselves and how they move around through the circle, as SALTxi8, a very gloomy start. And it's sort of a back and forth story, right? One game, they get a top 3 finish. The next game, they completely just get eliminated early on. So still, you know, trying to find a good rhythm that they would ideally want with this circle sort of rotating down south. I really like Team Magnus's position inside the zone, but my eyes are searching out for Team Star as to where they are.
Yeah, not seeing Star. They are somewhere in the water, but not on the southern side. Well, so clearly maybe taking damage from that circle. But oh, look at this fixes. Number one, this airdrop is in the middle of land, so clearly accessible by every team. And number two, it's got one of your favorite weapons in it with the MK14, so it's going to be a valuable airdrop for whichever team can pick it up. And the way it is situated, looks like Quantum Rage might be that team.
I mean, the only problem with MK14 in this map is it's too loud. But, well, there are a few players who love those loud guns, as Wasi trying to just chip out a little bit of damage on TUF, and this feels like deja vu, right? This is something that happened yesterday also, if my memory serves me right. Freestyle did try to do something like that, not just yesterday, but in some Sanhok game. You know, it was this exact situation. It was TUF right in front of them, and Freestyle. I mean, we did have this conversation about objectives, right? How are you going to benefit objectively even if you get a knock on one of those players? You cannot really push head on while you are doing that. But Team Star, an accomplishment for them. They've managed to get all their players onto the shorelines, and now do have their eyes set at 4VTFT's direction, but 4VTFT still enjoying the little bit of a high ground advantage just around those nooks and crannies. Starboy just comes out of his cover, gets that knock, instantly prones in, as Usama, he's also struggling at a very low HP, as Ash, he's going to take a lunge from up above, as he is going to get yet one more knock. Secure gets the second one as well, as the last player surviving Emerge. He's battling it out against the wall. His position completely compromised. Still does manage to get that knock, but well, his teammate just chimed in at the perfect moment, and 4VTFT successfully eliminate Team Star. Just when we were anticipating, yes, the boys have made it, they have conquered their fears, and all they come out of the water is to get back to the lobby. See, how do you feel about that?
I mean, really, I do feel like I think where the X factor also comes into play, right? If in these clutch moments, because if you think about it, Fixes, we're literally in the middle of the Super Weekends. You know, we've had one Super Weekend finish. We're halfway through our second Super Weekend, which means we've got exactly 1.5 of those to go. But in this replay, you can see how 4v really played that fight brilliantly. And coming into that halfway stage, it has been all about the resurgence of those mid of the pack teams. We've got a clear established front towards the top of the table, where teams like H2E, where teams like SALTxi8 have looked kings. But towards the middle of the pack, we are seeing a lot more shuffling, a lot more volatility, and that is also influenced by teams like North and Quraysh coming into the picture. And we're seeing one of those teams in a fight, Quraysh with Magnus. It's actually Mom2 who finds that first knock.
Oh yeah, as Respect gets taken down, it is going to be Bilal, as Quraysh have their eyes on the prize, as they are one after the other just racking up kills, as Cairo, he's trying to put a standoff around that western side. A duel along against Bilal, as I do see Adil. He's just jumping around, thumping fist in the air so that he does not really give away the footsteps. A recent glitch that you could say in the Matrix, which has really been capitalized by a lot of teams, as Adil gains a higher ground against Bilal, spots his head, should connect the nade, but it is Bilal, on the contrary, who does a massive chunk of damage. How?
Yeah. And really how... We've pondered this so many times with fights going the other way of what we expect, right? Like yesterday we saw Crypto turning around a 1v3. Just earlier in the day today we saw XGeneration turning it around on TMW. And it looks like for a second Magnus had the chance to make it happen. But Mani comes in clutch, he finds Mom2. And now it's down to SardarJi to heal on up quick, support Mani in his pushback, because you can say Bilal, he's stranded in the middle of nowhere. Cairo will be able to get back to full HP, and backed up by Adil, Magnus will look to make the charge to take out Quraysh Esports and get to their fallen man in Mom2.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if Cairo can drop those important smokes out there, as it is very much needed. As Adil, he's going to be the one who is going to do the supporting job, as Quraysh Esports, they might be susceptible to fire from their backlines. We could see TUF in far off fray, but for now, Magnus, Cairo does have that little bit of a high ground going in for his favor, as Freestyle Tyrant gets the better out of SALTxi8, and they take an exit, as Money will of course secure yet another finish. And now Quraysh, they do know that well, the team TUF is around them, so they are gonna take adequate measures for that.
Now look at this situation is gonna get all the more spicy with the circle shift going on towards the southeastern front, where the congestion of teams is already situated around Camp Charlie. We're seeing those fights already with Magnus, with Quraysh in that area, with TUF joining in as well, and potentially Freestyle and H2E in a clash towards the edge of that area towards Bantai is going to get that much more interesting. Now what I do want to note, Fixes, is amongst all of this, we've got several compounds along the highway towards the south completely free. So the fact that all of these teams are congested here, it's almost like a prediction for them that the circle will shift there. I wonder if the circle just says psych and goes either north or south, where it's completely empty.
Oh, it's going to be really exciting to see, how the shift really comes around. But this is something that we were anticipating, right? Yep. The circle going down a little bit towards the southern side, and I really believe, the position that Clarity, the position that Magnus they're holding on to is really good, especially Clarity. That is some really good IGL calls out there, as Adil. His position has completely been compromised, as 420 he is intending on forming a different flank, but Adil being really quick on those smokes, and then he just jump punches in the air away. I think we do have to coin a term for this, because we're gonna see more of this unless and until it's been fixed. But I really like how Adele has been taking those longer flanks here, right? Every single time in every single fight he's been doing that. But like a snake from the backlines, it's going to be Thor, who had his attention onto it. Drolin did take a few shots at his direction as TmwEsports also out in the open and will eventually get knocked down by Virus.
Look at this. We've got that fight erupting, resulting in a possible domino effect, because I can see TUF, they're starting to look much more further towards that southeastern side at the edge of Camp Charlie near Vantai. We can see H2E, they spotted out 52x Rage. Want the nade to land perfectly, but the bounce this time saves 52x Rage. But the second time around, Daku just got up, will have to sit back down. But the revive should come in from faster, and they're trying to reposition. So it's all about the continuous nade barrage that H2E has to land. Like, it's almost like a mortar strike, and they realize that it's very hard to do against this cliff. So they've got Dread to push in from the flank, does a lot of damage, but not able to find a knock just yet.
Oh yeah, and it's getting more and more exciting as H2E, they are dishing hell from above as Asad and Pan maintaining that higher ground over there as Faster will eventually find a knock onto it straight. Now this could be that silver lining that 52x Rage were looking out for, completely trying a different rotation. However, have come across H2E, who are on the higher ground as Haka. He is trying to maybe get inside the circle, or maybe try to just have himself forced out of the fight, or maybe he's trying to close in on the gap, wants to join the party, as these grenades are not going to do any substantial amount of damage, or maybe let's just say any damage at all, as TUF and QWERTY, that fight is also going on. We do have H2E also taking this fight against 52x Rage, as Pharaoh just tries to go for a pre-fire spray. Does not really work out for him.
And the circle actually takes a radical shift away from these teams we're seeing on our screen, going towards the northern side. So H2E and 52x Rage, they're going to have to pick up the pace. Otherwise, both of them are going to be the long-term losers in this engagement. On the other side, TUF making the moves in to get control of the compounds in the circles. And Quantum Rage as well doing so, while MetershotxSKY, a team that did get this time Paradise Resort to themselves, look a lot more comfortable right now. On that note, are situated cleanly. Now NorthEsports and shutting down XGeneration towards that western side fixes. We've got those fights erupting as several teams trying to hold on to the gatekeep. 4v they chime in with the third party, and suddenly NorthEsports, a fight they were winning, goes awry. They're eliminated.
Oh yeah, and that has completely gone downhill for the players of NorthEsports. One of their strongest maps of Sanhok, and now they find themselves out of the lobby with not a lot of points earned. Now we've got to pay attention to that, but let's see. Drolin has been knocked out as well, as Thor is going to be advancing at his direction with the players of Quraysh Esports right beside them, as TUF, they are definitely in here for business, and they clearly established that factor, as QWERTY find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle, maybe against Quantum Rage in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where it's going to be very, very interesting to see how QWERTY really maneuver around the situation, because they don't have to make the move. You know, they've got the high ground, they're on the edge of the circle, unlikely to be pushed in from the back. They can just wait for the next circle and see if it forces Quantum Rage out of its compound, or if they're going to have to be the ones to make the move to get into that later area. But on that southern edge, where we saw the fight between H2E and 52x Rage, both teams actually decided to disengage and go for the rotations, and not at all surprised that it happens in a fight that H2E is engaged in, because we know their priority is always to try and get to those final circles.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in Sanhok, that's the way to approach, right? You've got to maintain that center line going for you. But this little curveball coming in kind of changes everything from around over here, as Pan gets a knock onto it. TmwEsports will get that confirmation, but after that, what is TUF up to? They do have the players of 52x Rage, haven't really spotted them out, as Zibian from up above, he is gonna take down Hakar with Pan trying to make a move. Well, Zibian did spot that early movement, as Tyrant, he was completely caught astray, has been bitten by the snakes in the form of Quraysh, who are getting punished or rather tamed by other teams.
Yeah, and it is the UF on their meteoric rise. They've pushed forward to 7th position in the live rankings with their performances yesterday and today, and now they're contesting for even more. They want a shot at the very top, and they're trying to make it happen. They've got rid of Quraysh Esports fixes, but still teams stuck towards that southern area. RH2E, R4V, TFD in a bunch of trouble, especially with this circle taking a centralized shift. Now, we talked about how few teams had that compound control, and it could have been either MetershotxSKY or Quantum Rage with the long-term benefit. With the way the circle has shifted, it certainly looks like Quantum Rage are in an amazing spot to try and bring back the power we've seen. They're in the 4th slot, but only on the basis of the Super Weekend 1 performance. They've barely managed to scratch the surface of their potential in Super Weekend 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, clearly not the kind of a team that we were really expecting them to play or really shine like. But for now, Destroyer, he's gonna try and get himself inside the circle as Pan will find that knock, a very important one at that onto its virus, as Destroyer does spot out Leon as well, but it's gonna be Edgar who's gonna get that knock and the finish. Now you cannot really hide from two different directions, right? Can you? And 4v TFT taking the brunt of that as Team QWERTY decide to head a little bit south as Asad is going to come in at TUF's direction. Adil providing cover fire for TUF, but Joker's not going to survive for long as it all comes down to Edgar going in on a 1v1 against Pan. Edgar not really having the best of HP, and the circle really eating away his life as he gets knocked out, as Pan still finds himself in safe contention as Thor will be losing out on his HP as well. And TUF within a few mere seconds they've been eliminated, just when we were thinking that they were having such an amazing games here.
Yeah, exactly, within a mere few seconds, like you said, and really showing us the volatility of the way the circle is positioned because of so many teams surviving. One fight resulted in one too many. It was a third party on third party on third party situation where TUF eventually did fall down. Now, amongst all of this, the only team that has managed to remain 4-man strong is Quantum Rage and MetershotxSKY. But given the fact that Quantum Rage have this really important part of the circle in that compound, they look strong. But our last match's MVP, Ash, he's right behind him, fixes. I wonder what role Ash could play in Quantum Rage's circle right here.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting as to how this lad is going to perform. But, this is going to be such a respite for Quantum Rage if they get the chicken dinner. But for Gravity, gets an amazing knock onto its Kairos. Some super fast lightning reflexes shown from this lad as JD will get the better out of Khatir, as Sirius will make sure that he confirms the knock. But for now, Ash will lob a grenade at Quantum Rage's direction and will follow up with yet another. And Quantum Rage are sort of complacent, are not aware of it, as Ash, he does spot out IQ right out in the open. Oh, what earth!
Oh,
could you miss a spray like this? It is going to be so very expensive. As JD, he's going to come out and cover in due time, but Ash gets the better out of him, and suddenly maybe the tides could change, but Spark says no, my dear sir, as Quantum Rage still somehow keeping themselves alive. But MetershotxSKY, this is their perfect cue to make the movement. SALTxi8, he's gonna cook a grenade, but he's gonna do that fast because JD has got himself back on finally, lobbing it out at JD's direction, not being able to get that knocks here.
Oh, and really such a nervy situation right now as the nade comes in from Quantum Rage inside, forces SALTxi8 back. It's all the fight for these houses, and amidst all this, QWERTY, they've escaped untouched. They eliminated the 4th team in this lobby. They've got the southern edge of the circle, and they're watching the fight erupt between these two teams in the compounds. Though Quantum Rage, they're thinking on multiple fronts. They've got serious to move ahead of this fight and get into the circle, and they're lobbing those nades continuously at MetershotxSKY while shutting with serious shutting down QWERTY on the side. It does look like the resurgence of the Quantum Rage seems to be online, as surely MetershotxSKY, they're going to have to combine with QWERTY to pull off a miracle. But Quantum Rage, they're not even going to allow a chance of it from happening. Taking the fight on both notes and winning it so far, but not for too long. A huge nade from Kian.
Oh yeah, and if we can get the final one as well, could have been even better. But Wolverine will confirm that finish onto with Skian, as he is the lone survivor, and this is the perfect opportunity where he needs to make his movement, because he needs to know that Quantum Rage are reduced just to a one-man squad. All the other three are still bleeding, still waiting for the revive to kick in. But at the same time, Wolverine, understanding the fact that he is inside the circle, is going to leave things at chances, because now this sort of has become nigh impossible for Wolverine to clutch it out. You know, he should have capitalized, he should have taken his chance, he should have gone rushing in, should have applied that little bit of an extra bit of pressure, as now his position completely compromised, but still manages to get a knock onto it JD, as two more players remain for Quantum Rage, as Wolverine will get eventually finished off, and finally a huge resurgence coming in for Quantum Rage, a much needed chicken dinner, finally getting themselves back to the fourth spot, and 23 points is what has come out, and well, Quantum Rage, now they will be breathing a huge sigh of relief.
And really proving once again, Sanhok has been that map of comebacks for us so far, where many a team who's been having not the greatest of days or not the greatest of momentums, is able to come into Sanhok and really disrupt the flow entirely, bring back their mojo and their groove, and Quantum Rage doing exactly that with this fourth match of Sanhok right here, picking up that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, of course, along with that, those extra $500 is certainly gonna help things out over here. But clearly, again, one of those games that Quantum Rage finally understood the fact that you know, getting back to their old playing style, right? This is typical Quantum Rage. Hold on to a compound, let the other teams come, and they're really very good at the defensive plays. But for a few moments, you know, it looked really nervy, especially towards the very end, when they found themselves amid so much action, and somehow every single time they sort of got out of that situation alive. And for that last moment again, you've got to start thinking, right, whether it was the right choice from Wolverine's side to sort of take a defense stance, because either ways, you know, had he taken the push, CA, what could have gone wrong at the maximum, right? He would have ended up being the second position team. But we're going to talk more about Team QWERTY and, of course, Quantum Rage, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the short little break. Of course, you did take a look at the magnificent Oppo F21 Pro, as it is going to be launching out on the 11th of April 2022, and you might want to get your hands at that. But quite an interesting game of Sanhok. A Southern Circle is what we had, and I really knew it was going down south, because a majority of the zone had already taken that southern island in its behalf. So of course, in that sort of a situation, Quantum Rage really anticipating the zone perfectly fine, making the right rotation, working out for them, and IQ gets to be the MVP.
Yeah, again, if you remember all the way back to Super Weekend 1, it was IQ's play that brought Quantum Rage to that #1 slot into going into Super Weekend 1 Day 2. It seems like it is IQ's MVP performance here that will bring back the resurgence of Quantum Rage. Is it a one-game affair? We'll have to see. Usually it isn't with Quantum Rage. Once they get going, they really get going, you know.
Yeah, I think this should be the start of their comeback, right? Again, Sanhok, one of those maps that, I'm not gonna step on the gun right now. I'm not gonna be calling the shots that, yeah, this is where we are seeing Quantum Rage, fight their way back to glory, right? Because this is not. They have to be consistent in the map that is played the most. That has to be Erangel. But as we take a little bit of a look at some statistics, clearly shows that Quantum Rage had been the better team in terms of their elimination, their knocks. It is just Team QWERTY who found themselves in the midst of a lot of fights, pertaining to which the 1280 damage received points is looking justified.
Yeah, QWERTY really caught in multiple situations, and combined with the fact that they are, of course, playing today as a three-man squad, my point again comes back to that idea that you were talking about, that in that 1v3 situation, I really wish they'd gone for the fight. Not much to lose, really, and maybe a lot to gain. But either way, Quantum Rage, very, very well done. 5 eliminations, 5 knocks for IQ, just beautifully done, and supported by Sirius, who made the aggressive moves, who did the initial chip damage, to allow IQ to be able to finish it off. And clearly showing us that Quantum Rage, they're not done just yet. They have a lot of gas left in the tank.
Oh, they surely do, right? Quantum Rage, one of those teams that was looking so explosive in the first few days of the Super Weekend #1, and then we suddenly did witness a steep fall, and was looking a little shaky, but still they have themselves in contention, and these 23 points are gonna keep them up and running, at least in the battle of securing the top 3, right? One of the contenders now at the 4th spot, as things are starting to get a little volatile. Because if you take a look at SALTxi8, again a bad finish, right? Just getting that 1 point. And North Esports, again, one of those teams that has been such an amazing squad, especially in the map of Sanhok. They were looking to be struggling today, as they got eliminated quite early on, CA.
Yeah, and that's where, again, the talk about gas in the tank, right? You wonder, is it over for North Esports? Is all that momentum that they created from the league stage going to come to an abrupt halt on the day 2 of this Super Weekend? We most certainly hope not. I don't mind if they take almost, a petrol break in match 5, just have a mediocre performance just to come back strong in day 3, because I want to see that momentum really carry through. I want to see them pick up a chicken dinner, man, because while they've come so close to it so many times, they haven't actually got that chicken dinner yet, and it's better to do it in the Super Weekend, really grab that $500 extra for yourself.
Yeah, of course, and the only thing that's hindering them from taking that is the style of play, right? One thing we both have to agree to the fact is that they're playing way too aggressive, right? They need to notch it down a little bit, maybe 2 tempos under is where I think they could find themselves doing absolutely fine. Play somehow like teams like MetershotxSKY are playing, right? You do have the kill fragging potential. All you have to do is position yourself in a proper fashion, right? Every single time they find themselves in the most ridiculous of situations, as we take a look at Oppo F21 Pro moments over here, and this is not acceptable from TmW, to be honest. At this point, making mistakes like that, and the next knock, look at this, as if Harry was just standing waiting to meet his makers, and XGeneration did say thank you with the open arts, as Team Star could not do much either.
Yeah, it looked like quite, I think, really died down a foot, and I wonder, I just have to throw this out there, is it the botation curse? Because Quantum Rage, they stopped the botation, they took up the chicken dinner. This time, we saw Team Star going for the botation. They instead got instantly shut down. Maybe there's a curse of the botations put by you on the map of Sanhok.
Oh, that's a blatant accusation, CA. But yeah, I think that has to be true. Even I admit, every single time we talk about it, one way or the other, the curse somehow turns out to be real. For a moment, I was really happy that finally, someone managed to get onto the shorelines completely unscathed, and then right after, they got eliminated, just wiped out from the face of the earth. But yeah, I think for Magnus, I think it has been a decent day for them. Not the best of the team, but not the worst either, right? They've found themselves in the thick and thin of thins, and MetershotxSKY, this time, avoiding that early collision against 52X-Rays, who changed their drop location towards Mongnai. I think Team MetershotxSKY, they really did enjoy that Paradise Resort all to themselves, and they're gonna be really happy about the fact. But I really like this little opening coming in from IQ, right? Getting their knock on the most dangerous player, and it was Wolverine to the very end, where he should have really capitalized on that situation. Clearly did not, and had to deal with the brunt of it.
Yeah, really, and I think we'll have to see where these teams are able to build on this, especially Quantum Rage, for teams like Magnus, who've had a much better showing today, and they've been able to really solidify their spot in the top 5, top 10 area. Similarly for TUF, a mediocre performance here, 7th, but with 4 eliminations, looking much stronger than they did in Super Weekend 1 altogether. And of course, this does mean it has to come at the expense of few teams. So far, it has been mostly TMW in every single lobby, but in this particular one, SALTxi8 and Star joining them quite early. So we'll have to see. Will we see that somewhat of a resurgence from TMW in the way MetershotxSKY made it happen in the last match yesterday? Because I think they really need it, man. Otherwise, they're going to get stuck in that bottom of the table fight with 3x Esports, and that's not an area you want to be going into our third week.
But you know, they've got to start off with baby steps, right? And one of them has to be fixing how they really make their positions during the fights. You know, the decisions that they take, that is stay away from water. At least in those early phases, there was no need, to be honest, getting yourself down to that situation, right? Because you are prone to so much fire. But as we take a look at well, MetershotxSKY is still climbing up the ladders, made it to 195 as Quantum Rage. They are going to be joining the race for the 3rd spot against Team QWERTY, who seem to be holding it at 234 points. Now, QWERTY and Team H2E are not far behind, but SALTxi8, they are leading the charts by quite a huge margin, as Magnus Esports, yeah, they are slowly creeping up, getting to the first half of the table. Team Star also being one of the really good performers this time that we do have. But talking about, well, teams like Freestyle, clearly, you know, sort of breaks your heart, especially watching them in the bottom half of the table. And, well, that's a reality check. Maybe I think that they need it.
Yeah, and if you go further down the table, North only 3 points away from Red Side right now, will be able. Super Weekend so far going well, but not as great of a performance as they had yesterday so far, you know, because they got over 6 at the end of this day. So for them, I guess the goal of one team for one day of the second day have one so far going well, but not as great of a performance as they had yesterday so far, you know, because they got over 60 points, I believe, at the end of day 1. Right now, just 22 points in this second day. Have one more match. If you can double that right there, does look much more of a decent performance. But I think for them, even if they don't get a great performance, as long as they're able to pass Regicide, they will like, hey, okay, one day, one team, and day 3 will try to take 2 in a go and take FMX, R3D, and Grounders at the same time.
Yeah, in fact, you know, if you talk about the teams that are kind of fighting the bottom half of the table, right? One thing for sure that North Esports have sort of lost that run of form that they showed in the first day. They were absolutely going ham, right? As if they were playing like they had nothing to lose. Now, this is where you would want the veterans, the old dogs like Zameen to step up for his team, you know, make those important, crucial decisions, make sure that his team finds himself in a good position, because when you do have a really good spot, your chances of getting more finishes sort of increase sharply. So that is something that Zameen needs to keep in mind. North Esports, yes, we do know the fact that you love your kills, but yeah, you could certainly get that. You need to apply a MetershotxSKY as a mantra, because you know, they've been respecting the circle, making the right movement at the right time, finding themselves good cover, have certainly established themselves as one of the best teams in Erangel. As we take a look at the map chance, and SALTxi8, Clarity, H2E, all the big shots being present over here.
It's the top 5 of our table once again. SALTxi8, QWERTY, MetershotxSKY, Quantum Rage, and Clarity in that top mark, really contesting in what has become, of course, our standard map going through. The question is, can MetershotxSKY really continue to extract value with that mantra you mentioned and continue to win in Erangel again and again and again? They've done so in the last 3 ones back to back. Will they make it 4 out of 4? Quite unlikely, but hey, why not?
I mean, if they do, then I think we are looking at a potential record being created,
Yeah.
because that has never happened. And
Ooh.
I do not know. They've already gotten that hat trick of getting 3 Erangel chickens, but the quad, it's going to be really interesting if they can manage to do that. But I think, considering the way they've been playing, I think the pressure has sort of been lifted off. They're playing all their games quite meticulously. They are making the right call outs, and steering off of harm's way all the time has sort of really worked out for this squad. I'm gonna really expect how they're gonna perform. And SALTxi8, again, we've seen them get back-to-back top 2 finishes in the maps of Erangel, and you're gonna be starting to wonder if they're gonna end up with a chicken dinner maybe in the final game of the evening.
Maybe. I think really SALTxi8 have shown that, right? They might turn off for a map or two. They might get picked off early for a map here and there. But when it comes to ending the day off strong, when it comes to maintaining their spot as the kings of the hills, well, there's a reason they're crowned that king stature. There's a reason that they're able to consistently able to hold on, because honestly, when you look at it objectively, that's the hardest thing to do. Like getting to the top, not as hard as holding on to that top mark. And look at that. Which player was that? I'm actually curious. I saw 5 being shown by one of the players. I think that means 5th chicken dinner. There are a few teams up for contention in that regard. I wonder if it is which team is going to come out. I know 2 of the right off top of my head for contention of that is SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY. And those are the teams we're talking about right here going into Erangel. So I wonder if they can make that 5th chicken dinner happen.
Oh yeah, it's going to be really exciting, as for one last time today we are going to be taking up the skies, and this is going to be such a ridiculous flight path trajectory, especially for the likes of Quantum Rage, QWERTY. Then we do have XGeneration also heading towards. They're gonna have so much trouble, right? So it's gonna be really interesting to see if they do have any plan B or plan C, so that they have a decent time out. And indeed, it feels like XGeneration do have it. But TUF still sticking to that little hospital, Western Georgia Paul City area. They're going to be dropping off at their desired drop location along with Team Clarity. But it's going to be interesting as to how Team TmwEsports are going to be heading towards school, and it's such a huge respite for them, right? Considering the fact that teams like FMR3D are not with us this time. So this is where they are getting that breathing space to find a lot of route, find some freedom around that centralized part of the map. It's going to be interesting as to how TmwEsports can capitalize upon that. Because had FMR3D been with them in this Super Weekend, the things could have been way, way different here.
Oh, most definitely. And I will say, in that regard, talking about things being different, right? Like yours is the mutation curse, mine has been so far. All the match 5s I've casted result in some sort of ridiculous circle. Yesterday we saw where most of the circle was in the water towards the end. This time though, our first circle, quite standard in its regard, looks like it might end up being a Rozok circle, but we'll have to see. Will the curse continue? Do we get more ridiculous shifts here?
Oh, of course. I mean, I really want this circle to end up at that little island that we have on towards the western side of Rozok. Now, if we get to see that, I do not know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna maybe just go bald if that really happens.
Oh,
and
let's make it happen.
That's quite an outrageous claim to make, but let's see. It's been a while that we have seen a circle heading on towards that little island, because it kind of completely changes how you approach the game on a whole different level. As now, taking a look, nothing much is what we're going to expect in the early phases, as it is 52x Rage and Freestyle right beside each other, but have no intentions of engaging pretty early on.
Yeah, and really, guys, come on. I'm going to pledge to the chat. If you want ball fixes to come through, you gotta petition the PUBG Mobile gods. Get us to that island at some point or another throughout this map, and maybe we can have ball fixes truly come on. Right?
This is the point. See, this is where I start hoping that it does not, right? I mean, it's too early to get bald, but I do not know why I spoke that. But
Because it's quite unlikely. It's quite unlikely.
it's quite unlikely, yes. But it has happened in the past. Now, what are the chances? I do not know. I'm not a mathematician to be drawing it out. But yeah, for sure, with the way the game has been panning around so far, of course, nothing much happening. Right, it's everyone just looting, no one
right
poking
now,
each
52
other's
XGeneration,
business.
three SAL teams we were talking
And
about towards that southwestern
XGeneration and
edge.
Clarity, we
Both
could
in
see
a 2-2
some
split.
early sparks flying if they've done their
We'll just
research.
focus on
They
getting the
should
early
know
routes, getting
that,
the early
two of the players
vehicles.
of Clarity
Maybe
drop
catch
off
each
over
other
there.
on the
Now, a
rotations.
2v4
Maybe Magnus is
is
able to play a role
certainly
too.
one of those
And it's
odds
really a
that
menage
I'm
throw
willing to
in
go
that
in
area,
and take a fight.
similar to the way it
But I
is
think
around Georgopol
XGeneration have,
and
different plans in
Hospital as well, with XGeneration, Clarity and TUF situated, and potentially TMW to come in. Now, I do see a small change for TMW. We don't see Khan going for the shooting range drop anymore, much closer to his team and much safer in that regard. So I am glad that they're not taking unnecessary risks, because as we talked about, for them, they really need to make a stand right here, right now.
Well, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, looks like CA has faced some technical difficulties. He's going to be with us in just
all
a
of
wee
these
while.
teams drop out. It's also going to come down
for
to that
Team
bridge
H2E,
control.
it's going to
Sandals
be so
to snooker
important.
drop for
This
SALTxi8.
one little game. Oh, you're there.
Oh, I disconnected.
Oh, CA is back? Is he not? I mean, it's so confusing. CA, are you there with me?
I thought you were disconnected, Fixes. So a bit of tech issue right there going on.
Yeah, I
Not
believe
sure.
so. Alright, I think maybe things are gonna get resolved as XGeneration have already taken early losses over here. Not clearly the game that they would have wanted, going up against TMW as Harry, this time being fearless, marches in and takes down Thug for the better good. Now these are the last areas that you would want to engage at, as JD, he's gonna be collecting the spoils of the war, as we'll get yet another finish for himself.
Again, at the same fight we saw in Sanhok Fixes, XGeneration and TMW clashing quite early, and it looks like it will be XGeneration once again taking the better of that fight. TMW, they're left stranded. I believe only one player remaining, trying to hold it on for his team. Now, you can see XGeneration, they're trying to move around in a flank, shut down TMW nice and early. And actually, in that regard, TMW have got all 4 players back, I guess. Revived, none of them finished. I'm actually kind of confused because I only see 2 on the map.
No. I clearly saw 2 of the players finished up. And I think it's going to get updated in just a little while, right? Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Some things that are not under our grasp, as Panda, he gets his eyes on Marlega and will just destroy the coop, and we'll get that third finish to his name as XGeneration. Just that one final player of TMW survives, and we've got to find out where on earth is Harry exactly. Well, he's not in any fighting contention, as JD, he is moving through the edges of the zone, trying to spot Harry out.
Look at this. Harry, he's just gonna make a quick run for the money right here. At this point, it's all about securing whatever he can for his team. He was able to do so by taking out Bashir right here, but not much else really, as the rest of his team fell around, crumbled apart around him. So now Harry just focused on finding the rotation, trying to get into the circle, and it seems quite difficult with the circle closing in, we will soon find out where that shift will end up coming on out. Will it be that Rozhok standard shift that we are anticipating? Or will it go radical? Maybe go completely north and bring in shooting range or even Severny as a point of interest.
Yeah, anywhere except that western Rozhok Island, right? Anywhere other than that CA. But XGeneration, I think it's a really good job to do, right? From over here, what they are really trying to establish is the fact that they're sort of making sure their backlines are cleared. There's no one that is going to cause them harm, and they're gonna move with the zone, right? As we speak of, the first airdrop does fall down, and it is the AUG along with a suppressor sniper. And that is not the ideal match that you would expect, but yeah, lately I kind of have been liking the AUG, especially in metas like this when you tend to spray with your M4. I really find it a little bit more easier to spray with AUG, and kind of have has increased. Now I used to hate this weapon, but now I do not hate it. I'm at that junction.
I think really, as the meta has shifted, we're all developing new appreciation and new favorites. But I have to see the circle. It has shifted towards that northern side, actually, somewhat northwestern almost, bringing shooting range and the island into picture. But still too early to talk about where it could end up. But what it is not early to talk about is the demise of TMW. Harry still though holding on. He finds one knock, but not for long. Caught out in the stairs, gets knocked away, and Panda will be able to bring back his teammate. But honestly, the damage is done by TMW and Harry in that regard. They've ensured that the XGeneration at least lose half of their squad. So no squad getting away scot-free. But XGeneration, with that squad wiped away from TMW, they will be happy that they're at least able to get off to a decent start here.
Yeah, I mean, losing out on 2 players, getting 4 finishes, I mean, not exactly the best trade-off, but it is still a good thing, right? You're still there, you're still fighting it out, you're still not out of the game, and you never know. But now, from here onwards, they've got to play it so much more defensive, right? Now, it completely makes sense as to why they're playing it around the edges, as we do see some traffic, a little bit of an inflation in the real estate prices around Rozhok, as a lot of squads are starting to bank. What is he going to do? Where is he going to run?
Where is he going to run is the question, but maybe Destroyer won't spot him out, and Maxi will actually get away scot-free. Doesn't seem to be the case yet, as Maxi is actually being like, hey, I want to get... Maybe Destroyer won't spot him out, and Maxi will actually get away scot-free. Doesn't seem to be the case yet, as Maxi is actually being like, hey, I want to get spotted out, I want to fight. No, Maxi, come on, you can't do that. And we just talked about this approach from NorthEsports, so aggressive. They see a fight, they take a fight, and it did work out for them in the league stages, to be fair. But at this point, teams... you're that one-dimensional playstyle can only go on for so long. Adaptability is key. NorthEsports have to see if they're able to make it happen, because Quraysh, they're going in for the rush. Adi secured the high ground flank on NorthEsports, and they're trying to shut them out, suffocate them in that small spot. But that's where you're talking about the experiences. I mean, coming into play now, he's starting to back up, forcing his team to spread out, not letting them be cornered in a small area.
This is not a good spot either, because Amin is going to be susceptible from fire from the Rozhok Hills if anyone has taken control over it and has a good decent scope. But what I was really shocked about was SALTxi8 also joining the party as the final player of Quraysh, as it was SALTxi8. He was making his way with his buggy inside, to help his teammates out. But from the backlines, Uzum just comes out of nowhere, blows his vehicle up, and SALTxi8 just gets annihilated over there. But for Zameen, he's taking such a huge risk, because even if one of the players of Quraysh, had he been taking a third person's perspective, which I think Bilal is going to do in a wee bit while, but not really collecting these important bits of information, this could prove so fatal for the players of Quraysh, because now their attention has sort of been divided, right? Now they've got to deal with NorthEsports, they've also got to look out for SALTxi8, who are right at their tail.
Yeah, and the way it will end up working out is going to be so interesting for these teams. Where will they be able to find the value in their move? Where will they be able to really come through for their teams and secure a really important part in the circle. Northeast was trying to do exactly that by trying to shut down Quraysh, but Mani, he makes a quick getaway and trying to come to the backup of his teammates because Adi and Bilal, they're in a nervous spot, but Bilal manages to get him out of it. Shuts down Avenger OP. The backup is there from North though. They can still move in aggressively on Quraysh.
Yeah, Zameen is trying to make sure that at least Avenger reaches at his direction safely. Instead, also finds a knock, just not on one, but also on the second one, as it is going to be money against the world. As I8 Crypto is shipping down the damage from the backlines, but no, NorthEsports completely unaware of Crypto's position. Suddenly, Crypto will capitalize on that and will take down Maxi, but is yet to confirm his kill, as Maxi, he's not moving a muscle, and sort of I'm forced to wonder why. Maybe he's made it to safe covers. Is that the case?
Certainly looks to be the case. Yeah, he's got the revive through as well. So NorthEsports back to full strength. SALTxi8 though continuously poking, prodding, looking for that burst of damage. Won't come through just yet. NorthEsports are in that comfortable spot, but might come through with the circle coming in now. A lot of the teams concentrated around Rozok, but the island is still in play. Fixes. Bot fix is still a possibility.
Yeah, that's where my attention was really. But it's still in contention. There could still be a chance that it goes down towards that island, and yeah, I mean, Pakistani reach in the final few games of Erangel have always blown our minds. If you all can remember yesterday, MetershotxSKY go towards the east, have to wave my magic wand. No, this ought not to happen. See, is there a way where we could just travel in time and change a few things?
I mean, at this point, it doesn't seem to be the case. I see the next airdrop as well coming in on that island. It is just destiny fixes. At this point, the PUBG Mobile gods, they like the idea that brought up, you know. But we're going to come back to the fights that we have in place. A lot of teams situated around Rozok. QWERTY being a daredevil right now, trying to run across the hills as they make the rotation happen, and they do so. Haven't taken any damage. Wow, QWERTY, okay.
Alright, I mean, at this point, Zameen, he's spotted the Lamborghini of Wolverine. Gonna see if Zameen could, you know. Alright, he's gonna calm down first. He's gonna calm down. He's peppering down the shots in the wrong direction. Should focus a lot on those cars and should shift to single taps. But Crypto, he's got his eyes at Khatir. Now MetershotxSKY, they are looking at getting a back-to-back fourth chicken dinner in the map of Erangel, as Khatir takes a plunge, somehow still stays alive.
Wow.
And makes it.
Wow, I mean, MetershotxSKY still standing, as we are seeing teams starting to concentrate on either side of this river. SALTxi8's Reviews actually gets caught off guard, looking at a completely different angle. His pants are actually the one exposed. It's like literally he got caught with his pants down.
Oh yeah, and this has always been a constant problem for SALTxi8, right? But I think it's not going to cause them a lot of harm because they're still going to get their players res back up. So I'm not really getting worried about them, but it's going to be really interesting. You know, what I'm really getting worried about is to lose my lovely hairs, and it's too soon to shave them off. As Magnus, well, I really hope it shifts towards the eastern side. I really do, from the bottom of my heart.
I'm really sorry, Fixes, but I genuinely hope it goes west. I want to see that island come into play. It will be Destiny, and honestly, if it was any other day, I would say, nah, not gonna happen. But like you said, with the crazy circles we've seen come in on match 5 particularly of any Super Weekend day, it seems very, very likely. But hey, maybe that's where things will take a turn, and it will actually end up being that exact thing not happening. Either ways, we'll find out real quick, because now teams are starting to really take the plunge and come out of their hiding spots for a fight. 52x Rage, not in the greatest of spots, you know, quite susceptible to a good nade.
Oh yeah, indeed, as you know, we are witnessing 52x Rage go up against players of Team Star as Freestyle finally get themselves inside the fray, and Kathir has been taken down as Star still hold on to that little bit of a high ground advantage that we do have now. The moment of truth arrives upon us. Is the circle going towards the western side, or is it gonna take a shift? No way!
Wow.
No
Wow.
way! No! This never happened! No, this cannot happen!
Wow. Oh my god. Welcome to PMPL Pakistan, ladies and gents. Welcome to PMPL Pakistan. Wowzers. I think
I'm in a state
fix
of
is...
shock.
Yeah, I mean, you were so yesterday as well. You thought it couldn't get crazier. Well, the PMPL gods, they deliver. They're like, we will make it crazier. You know that one area you don't want it to go? That's exactly where it is going to end up going. The island very much in play. And most likely where it's going to end up at, given the way the circle is. But could easily surprise either team and end up at either of the shorelines on the mainland instead. We'll have to see. Still very much in contention. It's going to come down to some very interesting predictions from these teams. Do you go to the island now, or do you stick to the mainland?
Oh, I mean, they have to get to the island, but the only big problem is they are gonna get spotted right out in the open. But we'll talk about that a little bit later as Zibian gets knocked out. Ash being the one who is gonna be bringing death above as 420 boy. We have seen him clutch in the past. He has to be the hero for Team Clarity, but he is under heavy fire.
Oh, and this nade from 4v TFD's Vash could just end Clarity, and it most certainly does. Zibian will get finished. 420 boy knocked, but Clarity still trying to hold on. 420 boy, he will shuffle away, and they have Teen Wolf still very much alive, so hope is there for Clarity. For how long, we'll have to see. Now, teams starting to take a dip as they try to make their way towards the center circle. That's where advantage for teams like H2E or even for 52x Rage, who made that first move happen. And with the circle closing in, that early move, it's going to give them a ton of value. Several teams, though, getting caught by nade after nade as they're stuck in these ridges around Rozok, as coming out of it in the mainland, they don't have anywhere to go now. TUF, they take the brunt of the damage from Magnus. Looking to go down. 2 players down, 1 finished. Edgar left on his lonesome. Can he hold on? Can he survive? We'll have to see. But a similar story for Star as well. They're trying to move in, but they have no information. They're surrounded by smokes.
Oh yeah, as right now for VTFT, they are being fired from every possible direction, but they're still holding on. A trench warfare is right in front of us as Team Star just go pouncing in at their direction, completely in through that murky smoke. As now God Fury, he's got to advance, but before that, Han gets that very important knock at Leon. But this is going to be the fact that he's going to try and push ahead as he gets yet another knock, and this time it's going to be Ash who gets taken down, just proning in, getting all the finishes, as Danny gets to be the final member of OVTAFT surviving.
And look at this, 4v TFD is looking to capitalize even further by completely eliminating Team Star. They're going in for the aggressive push. God Fury is the last player surviving. Will he be able to avenge his fallen teammates? We'll have to see. Being quite sneaky right now, knows exactly where Danny is. But Danny finishing off his teammate just a second before. And Danny, he's going to play this cool and precise, trying to move in step by step. Osama, quite low. Can he shuffle on to God Fury? I think the revive most certainly possible. I think he's trying to set up the smoke to try and make it happen, and is doing so, and in the nick of time will start that revive on Osama. So Star, against all odds, managing to make this a 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy, you know, God Fury is the kind of a friend that you would want to have. You know, fighting with life and death just to get his brother back alive as Osama. He's gonna try and get himself patched up. A lot of crates to loot from. As freestyle, I mean, they have spotted a few fishes in the water, and it is the players of Magnus. In fact, Kaido taking some heavy damage. Eventually falls down to Malik as they'd want to come out right out in the open. Malik inflicting some heavy damage as Blade from the backlines will get the better out of Adil and Respect both, as Blade himself finds himself knocked out courtesy to Tyrant.
Oh wow.
It's all chaotic again here.
Yeah, it's because all of these teams stuck in the water. It's coming down to timing of the rotations. So some teams elected to stay back. Happy to make the late rotation and instead shut down the teams that tried to make it early. Now Star, you had God Fury reviving his fallen teammate earlier. And with the help of Usama, they seem to have managed to shut down 4v-TFD. Usama should be able to get back into his feet, but actually no, scratch that. The play zone is starting to move in. So because of that, I think God Fury might now have to make the unfortunate call to abandon his teammate and try to pull off Star's hopes on his lonesome.
Oh my goodness, what a zone are we witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, over here. Who's gonna win it out? We still have no idea, but freestyle, you know, considering the spot that they are in, I really like the chances, and this certainly could be the game that, you know, they were looking out for so long, as now they're advancing at SALTxi8's direction, and Wasi just rushing in through with his grenade. We've got to see Blade, can he get that quintessential revive onto it? Uzum does get though, but still yet not patched himself up, as Tyrant gets a knock onto its Blade again, and with that, SALTxi8, they've reduced to just that one man surviving. It's going to be Uzum, as Tyrant gets taken down from afar, as Zen will be inflicting the knock, and he gets traded off. This is insane, CA.
Absolutely, and it's all working out for freestyle, because amidst all of that chaos, they managed to get their fallen teammate back. There's the strongest squad surviving with a 3-man squad. The other two, SALTxi8 and 4v-TFD in the water with 52x rate. So really freestyle's game to win, but they're outside the circle fixes. So they got to make the move together. They've got to make sure they make it count together. And actually, in that regard, not a 3-man squad, actually a 4-man squad, a huge numbers advantage, as long as they work together, should be their chicken dinner to pick up.
Oh yeah, I think if all they have to do is just play their cards right, that's it. But SALTxi8 still making sure that they've survived for quite a long time. But Faster, his position has been compromised. He is visible, as Malik will not miss his mark as he goes on for the finish. Clearly shows that he's running out of ammunition on his M4. So he's going to make sure he makes every single bullet count.
Trying to do exactly that, Malik being very, very sneaky right now. But the same can be said for 4v-TFD's Leon. In the middle of that, all of that scuffle, actually, I noticed Leon, there was a bucky in the water, and he just sat in the bucky to try and avoid having to move up and down. Just came up for a breath of air, but oh no, I take his name, and it's the caster curse come alive, as he will get eliminated. Uzum, the last player left standing. He's actually just trying to play this very slow. Black has his eyes on him though, and it's just a matter of time before Uzum gets eliminated, but he could be the distraction 52x rage need to try and shut down freestyle, but that's seemingly now impossible, as they will get eliminated. Uzum gets that second spot for his team and the chicken dinner effectively for freestyle.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point Uzum just wants to, you know, drown himself to death and gets another second position here. Now that's all right. Let's not question physics there, but yeah, finally Uzum getting eliminated. A much awaited chicken dinner coming in for freestyle with 14 eliminations, a game that they wanted, you know, for so long, as 9th position is where they will find themselves at the end of the second day of our Super Weekend number 2, as you know, much deserved, I must say. You know, freestyle doing everything right, especially that one huge and a very crucial decision of taking that fight against MetershotxSKY, and then as a 4-man capitalizing on the island.
Exactly, and doing so in quite a clean manner at the same time, you know, together with their entire squad. So lovely to see. With our last 2 matches of the day, we see resurgence of these key teams. Quantum Rage coming back in match 4, freestyle now in match 5. It's making day 3 starting to look like an intensely volatile affair. Honestly, any team could run away with it at the end of the Super Weekend.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, considering what we had to see, what I really wanted see was the fact that I wanted to see the teams that performed well yesterday to not have the same sort of a performance, right? Because I wanted some new guns to step up, and that is what has indeed happened. You know, the former stalwarts have stepped in for our freestyle, have managed to get a chicken dinner. We're going to talk about that, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Wow, again that magnificent Oppo F21 Pro on display. And for all you guys, do not forget the date, 11th of April, right, is where you will find this phone right out in the stores up for grabs, and might want to take it before it gets stocked out, right? But yeah, I think we are here to talk about what really happened in the last game of Erangel, a bizarre series of events we did get to witness as Malik finally stepping up, this handsome lad managing to get 7 elimination points for himself, and quite a deserved performance.
Oh, 100%. Malik, I think most definitely, like you said, deserving of that MVP, and really a player that has time and time again proven himself in PMPL. You know, if you look back to Super Weekend 1, he was the player continuously clawing out points for his team from impossible situation. You come back to Super Weekend 2 here, where Freestyle look like they're just done and dusted. It's Malik with the MVP performance to get them that chicken dinner. So clearly that star player so far for Freestyle in this PMPL Pakistan season.
Oh yeah, I mean, clearly, right? When we used to talk about this new prospect, Wasi, Malik was sort of getting overshadowed, right?
Yeah.
And now finally gaining his rightful place, as eventually the league kind of kept on going, and at a certain point, you know, we kind of making these assumptions that Wasi might have started to fizzle out a little bit. So of course a lot to gain for that. You know, the player coming out, you know, his biggest strength was his you do not know how Wasi is going to play. So once teams sort of figured that one out, it was a lot more easier to deal with him. But for now, Freestyle statistics clearly outclassing SALTxi8 in every single aspect.
Yeah, and really for SALTxi8, it was just surviving till the very end, right? In that water, hoping that 4VTFD's player gets eliminated before him, and his prayers were answered, along with quite a few other many, as our ridiculous final match circle curse really continues. This time it is Freestyle who take advantage of it, and I would say in that regard, well, it's been really important for Malik to step up, because Wasi, he did a lot of that work in that early part of the table, really. But the fact that we can see the more experienced players come back, where the fact that we're seeing Malik really step up to the table, it allows Wasi also to play with a lot more freedom, knowing that he's got the backup necessary in terms of firepower in his team.
Yeah, I mean, Wasi, I think really this is kind of astonishing stats coming out, because, you know, we've seen Wasi always been the one to go in, get the knocks, get the finishes. He's the one who should be, you know, having the, you know, the best possible damages, the best possible knocks for his team. But regardless, does not matter, as long as your team gets the chicken dinner, you get to be on the 9th spot. I mean, Freestyle are going to be taking it with open arms, as SALTxi8. The curse of staying at the 2nd spot sort of continues this time, however, with 9 eliminations to their name, and they end up with 21 points. I think steering again far from the crowd, again bolstering up their position at the top spot.
Yeah, SALTxi8, like you said, really starting to separate themselves from the crowd, because the teams that were in contention with them, H2E, Clarity, QWERTY, all 3, look at that. And even MetershotxSKY for that matter, 12, 13, 14, 15. While SALTxi8 again get themselves a top half finish, man. I feel like a broken record saying this again and again, but consistency is key. And SALTxi8, they're like the creme de la creme of consistency. They deliver again and again and freaking again.
You know, the epitome of
Yeah.
being stable and constant is what SALTxi8 like to define themselves as, which I really wanted to see. I was not expecting a lot of chicken dinners. Now, this was the one primary cause of concern for SALTxi8 in that first league week, carrying forward to the first day of the first Super Weekend, and it all sort of ended. And the old i8, the old SALTxi8, I must say, was visible from the second day of the first Super Weekend, and from there onwards, they have never looked behind, and making sure that they get those survival points, get those elimination points, has been their mantra. And now, I mean, taking a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments now. XGeneration against TmW. This was such an interesting fight with XGeneration somehow walking out of that situation with two of their players alive. But this is where things started getting absolutely mental, right?
Yeah, exactly. It started really becoming that domino effect as teams, every single one of them tried to get out of their spots and were just caught with so many angles to check from multiple areas. And those teams that made the early rotations, they ended up paying. And it's quite an interesting affair. Reviews, you could see here, caught with his pants down, literally, with only half his body being seen. But really, like I'm saying, I think it did end up meaning that teams that waited, had the patience in their favor, were the ones that benefited in the long term. And it's quite an interesting thought, because usually you want the teams to make early rotations, but when it comes to ridiculous circles like this, that's when you've got to adapt and change it up.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you've got to be prepared for the very worst of situations, right? And I think Freestyle did do their homework as to how to figure out to play against the team. But this is where we started looking at Freestyle, you know, banking up and getting as many finishes as possible with a little bit of help from SALTxi8 Blade from far behind, who was eventually, you know, how do you say that? You know, eventually he was greeted, or he was rather thanked, with a bullet on his own head.
Yeah, and when it came to this final area in the circle, Freestyle, they played it beautifully. You could see Malik really edging on slower and slower. I feel like Wasi did a chunk of damage to every single team, every single player, and Malik was just the one finishing it off. So working together beautifully, and then they burnt out Usam in the fire. Questionable circles, questionable physics, really questionable moments all together. As we expect from our PMPL match 5 coming through, it's become tradition. And I am not sure at this point if it's a tradition that I want change, because it's quite fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, of course. And next time I'll make sure that I do not make such claims. But I think we've all gotten over that. But Freestyle, I mean, 2019, the year that I really want to forget. Or maybe we would really like to remember. I do not know. I have not yet made a decision. But yeah, 14 finishes and a really good one for Freestyle, especially the entry inside the circle. And for SALTxi8, I mean, well, again, consistency has been the key. 52x range, not getting any finishes, but still a third position finish, which earns themselves them 10 points, is something that they're going to take with open arms, as SALTxi8 slowly but surely reaching that 300 mark over there, along with H2E and QWERTY, very far away from the pack. Now that has been the cause of concern with H2E. The way they were starting to look yesterday haven't really resonated that with their performance today.
Yeah, exactly. SALTxi8 really starting to separate themselves. H2E, like you said, they got off to a resounding start yesterday, but gas just completely empty today. I'll have to see if they can get that refill back online. Whereas Freestyle, they made a huge leapfrog from 12th to 9th, causing this drop down from Magnus and 52x rage. But MetershotxSKY, not the greatest of days as compared to their previous form, but still a decent objective attained in the fact that they've taken over Regicide. They've now got FMX R3D and the Grounders in their sights, and they've really just got to pull off a blinder of a day 3 and try to not just push for FMX R3D and the Grounders, because they got 60 points on day 1. I wonder if they can almost make it 70 or 80 in day 3 and maybe even take over a team like 52x rage.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, I think considering how MetershotxSKY have been playing, especially look at the elimination numbers, and they've managed to get the same elimination numbers as almost as FMR3D, in fact more than them, with 5 less games played. Shows how the approach for North Esports has been throughout in this particular Super Weekend, and it is looking good signs. Now, again, North Esports is not any underdog, not any new squad that is coming into play, right? We have seen them in the past. One of the most dominating teams, I must say, one of my favorite teams. I've seen some ridiculous plays by these lads. It's just about those little roster changes that they've gone through. Kind of struggling to find that sort of a stability in their roster, but I think eventually, as the season keeps on going, their main primary objective, like we've discussed, is going to be to make it to the finals. That is what they have all their focus upon, and for now, if they can manage to topple over teams like the Grounders, then that's such a huge way to end their run in the second Super Weekend. And I think by far means, I think if they have a really good day tomorrow, CA, that there's a high possibility of that.
Oh, most certainly. And that high possibility, I'm very excited to see, because the table is starting to become very volatile in that middle of the pack area. MetershotxSKY, they had a great day today. Started off really strong, building on the momentum from their chicken dinner yesterday. We're not able to get that fourth chicken dinner here in the last match of Erangel, but honestly, $1,000 picked up in a single day. I'd consider that a successful one, most definitely.
But yeah, this team has been one of the most consistent teams, I must say. Today was surely MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8 day, right? With how they performed, especially look at the Erangel statistics, winning the 2 out of 3 games of Erangel today, and making sure that they get that Erangel hat-trick. As we take a look at the elimination leaders, we still do have no change, as Ash, he certainly has been making quite a lot of noise. 4v the way these lads have been playing, certainly wants to look out for, and so has been Wolfrey, and 420 Boy still maintaining his position in the top 5.
Yeah, Crypto really showing us why we hyped him so much, coming into the PMPL. Just now that he's got off to a decent start in the first Super Weekend, just maintaining himself at the top. But towards that 5th to 10th area, we're seeing a lot of changes coming through. IQ and Malik actually off once the node, because Quantum Rage and Freestyle, they haven't had the greatest Super Weekend so far. But a chicken dinner for the respective teams in match 9 and match 10 over here, as you can see, saw IQ and Malik be those key players to help make it happen. So rightfully so, making it to that top 10 elimination leaderboard.
Oh yeah, and this is exactly that you would want to be. This is exactly where you would want to be when you sort of come and play into the PMPLs, right? Enter the leaderboards, make an individual name for yourself, attain that glory, gain that fandom. That is all these players are here for. But the day, like we did sum it up, it was mostly about MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8. But for all you guys, of course, we did experience some redunculous final circles in the final game of Erangel. And if you're loving it, do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button on our channel, and do not forget to follow us on our Instagram handles as well. Fixescast, and we do have CA also. And yeah, I think that being said, ladies and gentlemen, also stay updated. Follow the esports PUBG Mobile.Pakistan Instagram page to receive all the latest updates. That being said, of course, finally we have come to an end of our evening. Such an amazing day, and before we call things out, a happy Ramadan to all of you guys out there. And we're going to be calling it a night now. We're going to be going back off to sleep, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न
बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा लिया नहीं तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग फिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस बाकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना ही बस
अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी टा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी टा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी टा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे टा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं बिना चिकन देना कभी हार ना कबूल करूं कभी हार ना कबूल करूं
तेरी अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाचा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flap जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं वाली
अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी टा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी टा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे कुड़ी टा करके गोली अखियां ना मारे टा करके
Game over.